Well, hello, everybody. And welcome to the Paleontologizing 4-year Streamiversary Spectacular. So glad you could be here today. I'm thrilled that you could make it. We are gonna have a fun stream, celebrating 4 whole years of science outreach on this platform.
Pie. What a time to be alive.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Ios, thank you for the 48 months of support. Holy moly, Ios has been here since the very beginning, and she is the reason I learned about Twitch in the first place. So a huge thank you to Ms. Ios. Go check out her channel if you've never heard of it. If you're the sort of person who likes video games, and I know that's a niche kind of subject, that's not really what Twitch was built for. Might be a little unconventional, but check out her channel anyway. She does a lot of video games. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. Ignore you? Alright, Ios. Will do. It's so good to have everybody here. I'm stoked that everyone could be here today. Let me know if my volume level is okay. I did some messing around with the scenes earlier, and I'm hoping that the music is not overpowering at the moment. But yeah, yes indeed, asked the Dreamer. Figure I might as well dress up for this special occasion. 4 trips around the sun since I started streaming here on Twitch. It was on this very day, in the year 2020, that I started streaming here. And what a wonderful 4 years it's been. We'll be looking at some of our favorite moments from the past 4 years. I'll be answering your questions. We'll be discussing some paleontologizing lore today. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. Yeah. In the midst of a pandemic, yes indeed, Luckless Jacks. Let's see who's here in the chat real quick. And then I'll play another quick little Streamiversary video. Zesty Fungi is at the top now. I remember Kodali and Madam 33 were up at the very top, and then Jody Fish. You were the first ones here today. It's wonderful to see you, as always. I'm glad you could be here. Thanks for celebrating with me. Spudley TV. Can we get another shout out for Spudley, by the way? I don't know if you're still here, Spudley, but I really appreciate the raid. Sorry it happened while we were still getting ready, but welcome, Spudley. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. She-Geek, how are you doing? She-Geek says hello, everyone, and happy anniversary. Thank you, She-Geek. Claire Burr, thank you for everything you do. It's good to see you, Claire. Hope you're having a good day so far. Harissa Mapan, how are you doing, Harissa? Hello to you. And Tiny Toxic Tofu, it was wonderful to be able to actually catch you live for once. Welcome, Tiny Toxic Tofu. I enjoyed discussing the history of the field of physics with you a little bit, and kind of the genealogy of physicists. Fun stuff. Thinking about that for paleontology, and how, shoot, I can trace my own academic ancestry back to America's 3 original paleontologists. It's a small field, fossil science. Yeah. And your tux is cracking. Oh, thank you, Spudley TV. Thank you. Let me scroll back up at the top and say hello to everybody. We've got Dinosaur Dave. Hello. How are you doing, Dinosaur Dave? Charlie's Dragon. Hello. Totally Tubular Tima. How are you doing? Broken Symmetry says 4 more years. Thank you, Broken Symmetry. It's good to see you. And It Then Did. How are you doing? Welcome. Lenina. Hey, good afternoon to you too, Lenina. I'm glad you could be here. It's kind of a milestone for this community, I suppose. I'm glad you're here to help celebrate it. Johnny Kilo, how are you doing? Welcome. Steely Dan with the Dirters there. How you doing, Steely Dan? Moosey Fate. Oh, you, Moosey Fate. How are ya? Welcome. Victorious. Birds are... Party. Checks out, Victorious. Welcome. And Iva Biggin, how are you doing? Welcome. Paleo Lord, happy 4-year Streamiversary. Thank you, Paleo Lord. Glad you could make it today. It's good to see you. Yeah. Lime SDR, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome. Mudman, howdy, Mudman. Tea Time Cat says, well done and happy anniversary, Danny. Thank you, Tea Time Cat. Tommy Platycus says, that's not just a tux shirt. No, it is not, Tommy Platycus. This is, well, sort of the real deal. Anywho. Niffler, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Sloppy Salamander says, loving the suit. Thank you, Salamander. Appreciate that. Maxwell Paxton, how are you doing? And CSA BSC13 says, good evening, congrats. Thank you, CSA. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. I haven't seen your name here before. Welcome. It's good to have you. You chose a fun day to join us. A little bit out of the ordinary today, as you can probably tell. Yeah. And Reaganation says, please tell me you're still wearing shorts. I'm not, Reaganation. Probably should have. It's a little warm in here with the slacks, but yeah. And that t-shirt always fools me. Looks so real, says Fall Machine. Thanks. And Steely Dent, thank you. Audio's good? Thank you, thank you. And Uncle Bill, can you believe it? 4 years already. Holy moly. Seems like just a few weeks ago I first clicked the go live button, and you'll see some of those first streams today. And we'll be looking at some of my earlier efforts on YouTube. Paleontologizing didn't actually start on Twitch. It started on YouTube. We'll be talking about that as well. Miss Caprikel, how are you doing? Hello, hello. You made it wearing black today. Very nice, Jody Fish. Very nice. Looking very spiffy with your new VIP badge, by the way, Jody Fish. Good stuff. And Charlie's Dragon, yeah, had to dress up today. Desmodus, how are you doing? Thank you for the anniversary wishes. And Ouch Ouch, thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. And Feral Yoshi says, hello, Danny. Happy Streamiversary. I appreciate that, Feral Yoshi. Welcome, welcome. And Blue is lurking beside me. Hello, Blue. And hello, Lenina. I hope you're both having a wonderful day. It's good to see you, as always. Iva Biggin says, happy birthday. My birthday is in September, Iva Biggin, but thank you. I appreciate the well wishes. Andy Aspian. Hello, hello. Thank you for the congratulations. And El Meta says,
hold on to your butts.
Yes, indeed, El Meta. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Dr. Irrefutable says, hello, Danny. Congratulations on 4 years. You look amazing. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Hey, I appreciate the kind words.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Blue Front. Tier 3. A 35-month sub now at Tier 3. Thank you, Blue Front. I appreciate that tremendously, keeping me here on the air. Thank you for your generosity there, Blue. It means a lot. It really does. Reagan Nation, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Timmer's Crutch. Glad you could be here. Welcome, welcome. And I'm Big Daddy's dad, says congratulations. You're Big Granddaddy, huh? Thank you. Big Daddy's dad.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Will62. Thank you for those 5 gift subs.
Are leading this expedition.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Will62. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads at all for the next 30 days. I will be out in the field digging up dinosaurs again by the time those 5 folks have to see another ad on this channel. I appreciate that, Will62. I really do. And look, we are getting ever closer to our goal for the week.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference
Dinosaur
in
Dave.
promoting the appreciation and
Thank you for
understanding
the
of
1,000
fossil
bits.
science here on Twitch.
I appreciate that.
Got a surprise for you in Thursday Birds Day tomorrow. But here is a
Nice.
spoiler.
Thursday
I got
Birds
it to be
Day's
the only known and
2 days
currently
from now.
unpublished as it was only released from the Matrix a few weeks ago. Fossil of something.
Really?
And I was allowed to share the images with you. You
Wow,
will
wow.
understand tomorrow. Now IGTG on the road. Let's get this party going, laughing face.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for those 1,000 bits. And that is really enticing. I can't wait to see those photos. It's a bird.
Happy trad anniversary.
In all the
Thank
world,
you, thank you.
there are fewer than
Matt
40
M30.
full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
And thank you for those 5 gift subs, Petrodactylus. Thank you. Extraordinary.
Are leading
I
this
really
expedition.
appreciate that. Thank you for being so generous to those 5 members of chat and to this community, and to me too.
Petrodactylus just gifted.
Thank you,
5 subs.
Petrodactylus. And thank you, Michael F01. Thank you for washing away those ads for 5 lucky mammals there.
Michael F01 is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
If you're one of those lucky mammals, make sure you thank Michael F01. And Massachusetts guy, what's this gonna be here?
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
What'll it be? Oh.
I wasted $5 on these.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
My name is Mike.
Enjoy some bits. I spared no expense.
Indeed, 5,000 bits right there. Holy moly. Sorry, that was a different Attenborough who showed up. Not Richard Attenborough, but David Attenborough. Although, no one should ever apologize when David Attenborough shows up. Thank you for those 5,000 bits. Holy cow, my name is Mike. That means so much to me. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Exquisite. That is wonderful. And look at this from Reaganation here. 5 more gift subs. Splendid.
Reaganation is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, Reaganation. Thank you very much for that. Holy cow.
It made reptile history.
And Jody Fish.
The dinosaur dynasty.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs too. Holy cow, the gift subs are coming hard and fast now. Really appreciate that, Jody Fish. And look, we've got another 10 gift subs from Sloppy Salamander here. Salamander, thank you very, very much for that. We are starting off our Streamiversary the right way. This is fantastic. Salamander, and look at how excited you've made this Tinamou bird. Just look at how enthusiastic. Oh, shoot. Uh-oh, not again.
Sloppy Salamander is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Salamander, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Fantastic. Really appreciate that. And Lenina, 5 more gift subs. Thank you for that. Exquisite, Lenina. You didn't have to do this, Lenina, but I really appreciate it. Thank
Lenina
you.
really wants ukulele
Holy
with
cow.
those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Lenina. Holy moly.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Tommy Plodicus, thank
Tommy
you for the gift
Plodicus
sub there.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Arctic Husky.
Excellent, Tommy Plodicus. Holy moly. I'm trying not to miss anybody in the chat when we do our greetings. Will62, hello, Kitty S. Cat. Andy Aspian, Loonisaurus. Musaica, how are you doing, Musaica? Welcome, welcome. Scrolling. Casey Snellart, Casey. Hope you're having a wonderful day, too. It's good to see you. And holy moly, another 5 gift subs from Loonisaurus. Thank you, Loonisaurus. I appreciate that. Thank you, Loonisaurus. That is excellent.
Loonisaurus 700 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
And I really appreciate that.
Really
Loonisaurus, thank you
spectacular.
very much.
No expense.
Golganek, thank you for gifting Not the Brain, and
Gifted
welcome
a
Not
tier
the
1
Brain.
sub to not_the_brain.
It's good to
They
see you
have
here.
given
Holy cow.
432 gift subs in the channel.
That is so many gift subs, Golganek. Holy moly. And Dinosaur Dave, thank you for those 100 bits there.
2 days, that's almost a year. PN, it's a bird, I know you will like it.
Well,
It's
well,
from the
well.
Wellesley Formation. It's the densest fossil
Oh.
bed I've ever seen.
Very
Literally
cool.
Hundreds of new species after only searching 1% of the total bed field.
That is exciting stuff, Dinosaur
So
Dave.
insane.
I can't wait to see that. That sounds like a remarkable
Reaganation
site.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Hello Kitty
And
S.
thank you,
Cat.
Reaganation,
They
for
have
gifting
given
Hello
250
Kitty S.
gift
Cat.
subs in the channel.
Appreciate that.
If you're feeling a bit
Reaganation.
cheated,
Thank
try
you for your
blaming the
generosity.
dinosaurs.
And Niffler, thank you for the 100 bits. We are approaching a level 7 here. Let's see if we can get there with about 2.5 minutes to go. Thank you. Niffler, thank you everybody so far. Holy moly. Santosh F, good to see you. Texas Cryptid, Freelancer. SB says, when do we get the champagne out? I don't have any champagne today. I hope you're okay with ice water out of a dollar store measuring cup.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
That's
try
good
blaming
water.
the dinosaurs.
Woo.
And thank you, Not the Brain, for those 100 bits. Woo, indeed. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. And, oh no, Danny Duck, your nice suit. Merry Streamus to you too, Not the Brain. A Merry Streamus to us all. And Ironbark72, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Fantastic. I really appreciate that, Ironbark. I really, really do. Thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Made this Tinamou bird very excited. Oh no, a little too excited. Not again!
Ironbark72 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Ironbark, thank you for that.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
They did.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Holy moly. 10,000 bits? Miss Capri-Kelt, thank you so much. Where's the cake? Lordy might have some upstairs. I don't know. I didn't ask for a cake. I really appreciate that, Miss Capri-Kel. We will do a cake for Mary Anning's birthday, which is coming up on the 19th, I believe. Thank you. That is incredibly generous. 10,000 bits. Miss Capri-Kel, thank you so much. Holy moly. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I don't know what to say. And Victorious. 16 gift subs. That is impressive, Victorious.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Holy moly. Yes! Victorious. Thank you for that. Holy cow, Victorious. Look, we're now at 93 out of 5. We're like almost a fifth of the way to our goal already. This is excellent, and I really appreciate that, Victorious. I really appreciate that. Gotta move that needle? Yes, indeed, Lenina. It's moving. It is moving. Thanks to the generosity of people like Victorious, Miss Caprical, and Ironbark. Everybody else, you know who you are. Thank you for that. Holy cow. That'll do, says SB, yeah. Oh, with the cup, yeah. Yeah. And yay, happy anniversary, says Claxor. Thank you, Claxor. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you're having a good day. And holy smokes, yes indeed, Will62. Can you believe it? Impressive. Impressive. Dr. Hub says, I feel like I'm on Oprah. You get a gift sub, and you get a gift sub. Everyone look under their seats. There's a gift sub. There you go, Dr. Hubs. Yeah. Welcome, by the way. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah. And thank you, Miss Caprical.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Art and Jest.
Thank you for gifting Art and Jest.
Gift subs in the channel.
And my name is Mike. Thank you. 10 more gift subs from My Name is Mike. 10 gift subs, as we all know, summons a Tinamou bird. And they get quite excited about that exact number of gift subs. As you can tell here, they just can't help but, you know, sing out in joy. Oh, shoot.
My _name _ Mike is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Mike, thank you for those 10 gift subs.
Reganation
really appreciate that.
Sub to Zesty
Thank you, Reganation, for gifting Zesty Fungi.
231 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that generosity. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, we are starting today's stream off right. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. That bird sure is especially excited today. Well, why wouldn't he be? Today is our 4-year streamiversary here on this channel. So I'm not the only one getting dressed up or blown up, I guess. Yeah. That poor Tinamou's getting a workout. There you go, Salamander, yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. And yeah, this community is pretty incredible, Lenina. Pretty incredible. Not even sure what to say sometimes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Almost done with level 9. Holy cow. About to beat your last record. Keep it up on the support. We've got a little bit less than a minute. we have an opportunity to actually beat an all-time record here. Salamander, thank you for those 5 gift subs. You're getting us ever closer. Fantastic.
Sloppy Salamander
Holy cow,
really wants
Salamander.
ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs. And 5 more from Dr. Irrefutable. We're getting some more chicken ukulele music. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable, for those 5 more gift subs.
Dr. Irrefutable really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
And Reaganation.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the
1,000.
appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
4,444. That's not just a palindrome. What's the name for when it's the 4 digits are the same? There's a name for that. Reaganation, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow, that's substantial. Holy moly. And Neolithic Fool, 10 community gift subs from Neolithic Fool. Oh, shoot.
Neolithic Fool is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Neolithic Fool. Holy moly.
No sign of disgrace or failure.
And nothing bout.
In a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
That's true. Thank you, Nothing Bout, for those 7 months of support. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. This is phenomenal. It really is, Lenina. Can you believe this?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
1461 days worth of fantastic science outreach with fabulous dinosaur content.
Thank you, Niffler, for the 100 bits. Can you believe it? 4 years at this point. 4 years! We've all traveled around the sun together 4 times. 4 complete orbits. Since this stream, since this channel got its start. That is, that's pretty remarkable. That is pretty remarkable. Yeah. It's named a lot. There you go, Freelancer. Yeah. Yeah. It's a rep digit. Oh, interesting, Jody Fish. Okay, okay. Yeah. And thank you, Swims with Whales. I appreciate that. Entropic Universe says 686 is a palindromic number. Yeah. Yeah. Same forwards and backwards. And Gravity says, what did I miss? I was at an appointment? Gravity, it is our 4-year streamiversary today. I've been streaming here on Twitch doing fossil science outreach for 4 years now. It was May 7th, 2020, when I got started here. That makes it 4 years to the day. So I'm glad you could be here to celebrate with us, Gravity. It's good to see you. And 4 more years, says Will62. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. And Casey Snowart says, sad I missed the first 3 years and 6 months, but I got here as fast as I could. We're glad you're here, Casey Snowart. We are. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Fantastic. Clicking Cat, how are you doing? It's good to see you here. Welcome, welcome. We've got a minute and a half to try and continue this this hype train. We'll see if we get there. Siete. Freelancer. Siete. And doing good, you? Doing well, also, Clicking Cat. Thanks for asking. And we're at over 1/4 of the sub goal now? Fantastic.
A long time ago, they were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And Hogan. Thank you for those 1,000 bits, Hogan. Excellent.
The infant. The adult.
Ooh, ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, Dismodus.
Live count.
Thank you for the 23 months of support, Dismodus. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Dismodus. And Salamander.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you, Salamander, for those 5 gift subs. Phenomenal.
3 of them are leading this.
I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Fantastic.
Sloppy Salamander just gifted 5 subs.
Appreciate that, Salamander. I really do.
A long time ago.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Petrodactylus. 1,000 bits there.
Lil extra for
Thank
the
you, thank you.
Streamiversary hype.
Really appreciate that, Petrodactylus. Thank you very, very much for this. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that. I barely know what to say. Hogan, thank you for those 5 gift subs there, Hogan. Thank you, thank you.
698 just changed things.
Running out of ways to
5
say
gift
thank
subs.
you. Hogan, I really appreciate
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in
2,000
promoting the
bits.
appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Miss Caprikel, 2,000 bits.
4 more years, and more.
Thank you. Holy cow. And Chudley61, thank you for the 100 bits there. Appreciate that, Chudley.
Happy 4 years.
I appreciate that, Chudley. Thank you for your kindness. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Holy moly. Casey Summer says, congratulations, Danny. You deserve all the love. I don't know about that, but thank you, Casey. Thank you for your kind words, too. Appreciate that. And Stephen Ernest says, congratulations. Appreciate that, Stephen. Thank you. I don't know if we've ever had a level 11 hype train before. I think that would be a first. We've got like 3.5 minutes to try and get there. 10, level 10 might even be a first. This is really something. This is really something. I'm agog.
Tradoon.
Aghast. Flabbergasted, you might even say. Yeah. Pumped it up to 11? Yeah, Charcone. It looks like we're 12% of the way to a level 11. 11 is a good number. Another palindrome there, Miss Capricorn. And Collector288, thank you for the happy anniversary wishes.
Playing tag with you,
Lower the noob. Thank you
Party
for the
hat
100
party
bits.
Whopper 4 years.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to RLEIO.
And Lenina, thank you for gifting my dad a sub there.
312 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Lenina. I really do. And thank you,
Pumping it up to 111.
the Jedi Mega Man. 111
1,000
bits.
bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Birds Are Dead On,
Ooh,
for the 1,000 bits there.
4-year anniversary. Yes, W Spiral 48 Finch face looking class there.
Finch
Danny.
face. I love that emote. Thank you, Birds Are Dead On, for the 1,000 bits.
Miss Caprikel gifted a tier 1 sub to Felicia Day. They have
And thank
given
you.
52 gift subs in the channel.
Hang on, is that the same Felicia Day, the actor? From Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog? Do I recognize that name? Could be the same person. Very cool. From the Guild. I just can't say I know what the Guild is, but Madam33 says, yep, thank you for confirming. And from MST3K, beautiful music. Beautiful. Well, thank you, Miss Capricorn. I really appreciate it. It'd be lovely to have her show up. I'm sure she likes dinosaurs. And Charlie's Dragon. Thank you for the 3 months of support, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you, thank you.
They've gifted 33 months in
Good
the
stuff, Charlie's Dragon. I really appreciate that. I almost feel goofy just sitting here thanking everybody for all this support. We haven't even really done anything yet. It's just, this has been overwhelming. I really appreciate the support here. Doing science outreach full-time on Twitch is a dream come true. As scientists, I believe scientists kind of have a duty, a responsibility to communicate our work to the public in whatever way we can. I have been incredibly lucky to be able to do that here on Twitch, and to actually make my living doing that. You know, I'm not stuck in academia having to spend 50 hours a week writing grant proposals. Instead, I'm able to do my research and my field work and my science outreach all kind of in one. I can get 2 birds stoned at once, so to speak. I can do my scientific work and my outreach and tie them together like this. It's been such a wonderful place to be able to do that, and it's only possible because of the the mind-blowing generosity of this community. Funding paleontological fieldwork during the summers, and fossil science outreach during the rest of the year. You people are wonderful, and I am deeply, deeply grateful. Thank you for continuing to invite me into your homes and workplaces too. Thank you for being so enthusiastic about the wonders of the fossil record and kind of that inherent joy that comes with learning about natural history, especially dinosaurs. Really appreciate all of you. Holy cow. And with that, our hype train is completed. Holy cow, that is phenomenal, everybody. Creeping up to a level 11, 124 gift subs, and 26,655 bits. That is absolutely phenomenal. Well, shoot, thank you for that, everybody. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, today is a celebration. We are looking back on 4 years of fossil science outreach streams here on this channel. And to kind of kick us off here, enjoy this little musical number. Happy 4 years, everybody. Holy cow. I'm so glad you're all here today. Of course, our normal rules apply today. It's not just a celebration. If anybody here happens to have any questions at all about fossil science, about dinosaurs in particular, since dinosaurs are actually what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. And,
ontogeny.
Less than 3 weeks now. No, just over 3 weeks now, I'm going to be out in the field digging up more dinosaurs and taking you along with me out in Wyoming. We're going to be streaming for the entire month of June out in the field. I am very excited about that. Here we go. Yeah. I'll be out in Wyoming starting on the 30th. Prior to that, I'm going to Utah. And one of these days, we're going to try and do a Utah Raptor Mega Block live stream. So you can see the big quicksand block that all of these different Utah Raptor got stuck in We've got the bones of about a dozen of them in there. That is going to be a really, really cool stream. I'm talking to Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah, about streaming from the facility there and talking about that live. Then for the entire month of June, we're going to be out in the field doing fieldwork live streams, digging up new dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous almond formation of southwest Wyoming, near the town of Green River. But yeah. And then July, got a bit of a hiatus. I might come back to the Bay Area, do some office streams. And then mid-July, I'll be back out in the field in Utah, going through mid-August, digging up dinosaurs in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. We've got what could be a new species of iguanodontian dinosaur, and what will certainly be a new species of theropod, meat-eating dinosaur, probably a Carcharodontosaur. We're hoping to get more of it, so we can get the darn thing described, get it named, get it published. Brand new meat-eating dinosaur. So, pretty excited about that. Anyway, any questions at all, I'll be happy to answer in between our reminiscing today and looking at old clips and that kind of thing. And Jody Fish, thank you for reposting that from Clicking Cat. Clicking Cat wants to know, what's the smallest dinosaur you have found? So I've found some teeth of what were probably like hatchling dinosaurs. Yeah. I'll show you this critter right here. This is not yet published, but I can't talk too much about it. Some of this is still under wraps. But we found or rather, my old crew chief Denver Fowler found a bone bed of this critter, Leptoceratops, which is a little ceratopsian dinosaur from the Hell Creek Formation. Kind of like a Triceratops, but smaller, and with no horns. Unless you count the projecting jugals off the side of the face. It's a cool critter, Leptoceratops. Doesn't get nearly enough love. They're neat animals, and I love them. It's a nice Timothy Bradley illustration from a few decades ago. Love that art style. But yeah, Leptoceratops. Beautiful little animal. Yeah. So we had what we think is a site where they were hanging out and losing a bunch of teeth. So we had teeth of baby Leptoceratops, probably kind of fresh out of the egg. That was pretty cool. Here's a leptotooth right there. Single-rooted, unlike Triceratops teeth that are double-rooted. Anywho, that was pretty exciting, and I can't wait until it gets published because there will be some interesting implications about that. Interesting paleobiological implications for dinosaur behavior. I'm just gonna tease you with that right now and say it's gonna be really cool. I gotta talk to my old crew chief and see when that's gonna get published. Yeah, Red Zed says happy streamiversary. Thank you, Red Zed. I appreciate that. And Alexander Morrison, yes indeed, you spotted our Edaphosaurus right there? Yeah, Alexander Morrison, how you doing? It's good to see you. Grilled Pikachu says, how many models have you 3D printed so far? Oh shoot. Probably about 100. They vary in size, you know, from this right here. Our full-size Allosaurus skull to significantly smaller ones. But as of a couple days ago, I got the 3D printer up and running again. And I've been printing up a storm. Just printed a plesiosaur skull the other day, and just before today's stream started, I finished printing a Smilodon skull. It looks like a walrus skull right now, because the back half of it I haven't glued on yet. But, saber-toothed cat, that's our state fossil here in California. Smilodon fatalis. Oh, yeah. Exciting stuff. Next up on the roster, unless I choose to put something before it, which I might, I'm going to be doing a full-size Edmontosaurus skull. And that is going to be enormous. Edmontosaurus is a big old duck-billed dinosaur, one of the biggest ornithischian dinosaurs that ever lived. This is actually the biggest dinosaur in the latest Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation. So the same formation where you get Triceratops and Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus. Edmontosaurus is from that same formation and was even bigger than T-Rex. Like, sometimes by kind of a significant margin. These were enormous animals, full grown. But yeah, classic duckbill dinosaur. So I'm going to be printing a full-size skull. Not maximum size, but it's going to be... yeah, roughly like that. Yeah. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be wonderful. Duckbill dinosaurs also need more love, in my estimation. I'm excited about that. And that was the Saurian model Petrodactylus, yes indeed. Petrodactylus says, you make me want to get a 3D printer so badly. Choose it wisely, though. Some people get 3D printers and they never really use them to their fullest extent. I have been very, very lucky in that I picked one that seems to... it's just a workhorse. It's wonderful. And I built it myself, too. It takes a lot of maintenance sometimes. Sometimes it goes on the fritz. So if you're going to invest in a 3D printer, make sure that you're going to have the patience and the enthusiasm to tinker with it a bunch and troubleshoot it when things go wrong. 3D printers are not necessarily for the faint of heart. They take a certain degree of tenacity if you want to really get the most out of them. And doing good, glad to hear it, Alexander. Just finished celebrating my eldest sister's wedding on May 5th. Very nice. That's my brother's birthday, is May 5th. Fantastic event. Glad to hear it. How long is that skull, asks Golganek? Well, let's see here. The 1/2 size one is... what are the dimensions? I don't know. I think it's going to be close to 1 meter long. It's going to be between 2 and 3 feet long, I think. I'm not totally sure what the full dimensions are, though. 1/2 scale. So you can get it at 1/2 scale. I got those files, and then I scaled them up 200%. So, yeah. It is going to be pretty honkin' big. Here's a link to that. I guess the files are free. Yeah, it's gonna look like that, except mine is gonna be full size. So I'm very excited. It took a long time to get the files all sliced properly so that they will fit on the print bed, because I don't have a very big printer. So scaling it up 200% to make it life size, and then cutting things down so they'll actually fit on the print bed and they'll be printable took about 1.5 hours of work, but I got it done. So cross your fingers, all the printing goes well. Yeah. And why aren't you allowed to talk about unpublished stuff? Well, yeah, my name is Mike. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Jody Fish, for reposting it. Is Tiny Toxic Tofu still here in the chat? Because it'd be neat to get her perspective on this, too, as another publishing researcher. Especially when you have co-authors, you got to be a little bit cagey about discussing your work in public, because there's always a chance that you'll get scooped. That someone else will hear about your work, and if they're working on something similar, they might try and publish it before you do. Or if you're publishing on a certain idea, occasionally it might just get outright stolen. I'm not going to say it's common in the scientific world, but it does happen. But really, it's a matter of respect. I'm not lead author on that paper. I'm not actually sure if I'm going to be an author on the Leptoceratops paper. But, yeah, I don't think my crew chief would appreciate me giving all of the exciting secrets away before it gets published. This is going to be something that will be in the news, and so we want to be hush-hush about it for now, to the extent that that's feasible and prudent. You know what I mean? And yeah. And Miss Capricells is looking at that skull. How and what did it eat? So duck-billed dinosaurs like this were, they were herbivorous animals, of course. And they seem to have eaten a lot of pretty fibrous plant material. It's tricky with dinosaurs because with mammals, oftentimes we can look at their teeth, and we can gain a really solid understanding of what they're eating just based on the shape of their teeth. A lot of dinosaurs lose their teeth, and so you can't quite use teeth as a clue. These guys did have teeth. They actually had the most teeth out of any dinosaurs. Some of them had like over 1,000 teeth in their jaws. They had what we call a dental battery. So it's just like this continuous pavement of teeth. And the teeth don't really work like our chewing teeth do, where our teeth just kind of move up and down and grind plants like this. These guys, their teeth kind of slid past one another, almost like a pair of shears. So the teeth would come down and the jaws would actually flex as they would chew. So, yeah, on the inside of the mouth, picture this is the snout right here, and you're seeing like a cross-section of the teeth. The teeth would go like that, like a double pair of scissors, in order to grind up the vegetation that they were eating. It can be tricky finding out exactly what kind of plants these guys were eating, but there are paleontologists who specialize in a particular kind of evidence that can tell us exactly what these critters were eating. Let me show you.
There doesn't seem to be much to...
All right, let's scoot forward to here.
And I study ancient ecosystems. And to do that, I often
Erin Chen.
look at fossilized species.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated. And coprolites can also tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
This is really, really cool stuff. Let me fast forward to a part where there was a surprising revelation about what these dinosaurs may have been eating based on that fossilized dung.
Shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over the fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it. We don't have...
Why in the world would an animal be eating rotting wood? Animals today don't really do that. Any guesses in the chat? If you know the answer, don't give it away. But, why do you think an animal like a dinosaur would be eating rotten wood? That's a toothpick? Guess it's easier to eat, says Clicking Cat. Mushrooms? Fungus? Easier to digest? Good answers all. Let's see.
Of modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding
elephants
on
don't do
rotting
that.
wood, so that was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her
they're
hypothesis
eating the
was backed
buggos
up
there
when
in
colleagues
that
at the
wood.
Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same age as a Tumedicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans.
Those crustaceans might not necessarily be crayfish or crawdads or, you know, mud bugs, whatever you call them. That was my first thought. They might actually be bits of isopods. Bits of, pill bugs, sow bugs, roly-polies, woodlice, whatever you want to call them. Isopods. These guys that feed on rotting wood and other decaying vegetable matter. These guys are actually really cute. You may not have realized it, but isopods, these little buggos, are not insects. They're kind of crustacean. Yeah. Not insects. Here, I'll show you. Go to our Tree of Life here. And uh-oh, there's been a one zoom version error. Yowza. Okay, onezoom.org. Oh, is it not working today? Gosh darn it. Maybe I go to it through Google. No, it's just not working today. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, shoot. Don't take my word for it. You can check later, or I can show you on Wikipedia. Isopods, aka pillbugs, the Armadillidae. Yeah, family of woodlice, a terrestrial crustacean. The order Isopoda. These guys. Not insects, they are crustaceans. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. A friend of mine actually has started keeping these guys as pets. It's his birthday today, by the way. Shout out to Snail Chaser. Whose birthday it is. I don't know why I started my first stream on his birthday in 2020. But it was, you know, at the during COVID lockdowns, and it's not like I was gonna go see him for his birthday, so I started streaming. Yeah, and you loved playing with those as a child, and now you know those are not insects; they're crustaceans. So they're related to crabs and lobsters and critters like that, shrimp. Pretty interesting. Yeah. And happy birthday to him. Thank you, Clicking Cat. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I'd love to see some pet isopods sometime. Yeah, he's got a few different varieties. They're pretty cool. I've been encouraging him to actually do some live streams with them. He's not done that yet, but hopefully one of these days we can convince him to. Because that would be pretty neat. Yeah. Some people eat giant isopods. Some people eat anything. Oh, I met it, yeah. But yeah. Isopods are really cool critters. They really are. Chat username, how are you doing? Welcome. Anywho, it's so good to have everybody here. Like I said let me give you a link to this video with Karen Chin first. If you're curious about the fossil dung science, check out that video there. And thank you, Freelancer. I'll see you around. We've got a bunch of the you know, real OG paleontologizing viewers here. And while you good folks are here, we might as well take a trip back in time, not back to the Mesozoic era like we often do on this channel, but back a few years ago. Let's talk for a little bit about how this channel got started in the first place. As I said earlier, yeah, we're doing some lore, Zesty Fungi. Yes, indeed. We're going to do some lore here. And quick passage here to celebrate the anniversary. Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Can we get a shout out for Dyson Dinosaur, who is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch? Dyson Dinosaur, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good to see you. Let's do some lore here. I think a lot of even the long-term paleontologizing viewers, even viewers who've been here for 3 years or more, might not be aware that this channel didn't start on Twitch. It started on YouTube back in the day. So I will set the scene thusly. I was living in Montana, Bozeman, Montana, doing fieldwork every summer, taking classes when I could, and then working the rest of the time. Various jobs to help support myself, you know, so I could pay the bills. I worked a lot of odd jobs. I did medical testing for a while as a medical test subject. I worked in an auto parts store. And then through that, I was able to get a job at a car dealership in Bozeman, Montana. And it was there in the year 2018. No, late 2017, actually. Or was it 2016? Anyway, I realized that I wanted to do more science outreach. And I wanted to strive to make that something I could actually pay the bills with. And so I started up a YouTube channel. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It was a real shot in the dark. But I came up with the name Paleontologizing. And my vision for this was a means of reaching out to the public, talking about new fossil discoveries, talking about important issues in natural history and why it all matters. I'd never heard of Twitch at the time, but I was familiar with YouTube, and I thought that I would start off there. So without further ado, let me show you the first video that I ever worked on for Paleontologizing. This is going to be a little bit goofy. The quality is not the best. Production value is not the best. The audio quality is definitely not great. But you could see some of the first germs of this idea, I think, in that original video. Without further ado, take a look. Oh, this is corny. But, yeah, I had lofty ambitions for this.
Sometime years ago, I don't recall exactly when, I was sitting in the near-empty gate at some airport, leafing absent-mindedly through a book and waiting for an early morning flight back to Montana, when somebody sat down in the row of chairs just across the aisle. After a few minutes, I felt like I was being watched. I glanced up. She was a flight attendant, youngish and blonde, and with an inquiring look on her face. She smiled at me.
You dig dinosaurs, huh?
I was surprised, but I nodded. How did you know?
The t-shirt was a clue, but it was the backpack that gave it away.
She motioned with the toe of her pump at my tattered old rucksack, sitting there with its weather-beaten, patched-up canvas, radiating a faint cloud of Cretaceous dust like it always does. She chuckled a little bit, and she crossed her arms.
So, what's it like?
That's a question that I get a lot. My name is Danny Anduza,
Video
and
was,
I'm a paleontologist.
video quality was terrible back then.
I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue my greatest passion, and that plays out on a daily basis. Whether it's research, or field work, or illustrations, and one way or another, most of my waking hours are organized around the study of fossils. Now, when that's how your life is structured, it can be really easy to just become completely engrossed in your work and to not really share it with people outside of your discipline. That's a big mistake. As scientists, people like me who actually make our living unlocking the mysteries of the universe, we have literally the most interesting jobs in the entire world. It's about time we started acting like it, I think. The biggest part of that is reaching out to the public. It means stepping out of the lab and actually talking to people, answering questions and promoting our own research, and not leaving that up to the journalists and the science communicators because, oh, let's face it, they often aren't up to the task.
Recently, some research was published that said the Triceratops was not real.
I think it's high time that scientists took ownership of how their science is represented. Now, first off, having useful vocabulary can help.
And hang on, Petrodactylus says, what? This is from an old D News video, which, and Sweetie Pie, you're right in front of the camera. You're right in front of the camera. Shoot, well, let's get you some treats, shall we? But yeah, that was the whole like Triceratops Torosaurus thing, and oh, where you going? Oh, okay. Yeah, frustrating. Let me find that real quick. Yeah, the video was entitled "The Dinosaurs You Love Are Fake," which is, they got it completely wrong. Just incredibly frustrating.
They never actually see. Howdy gang, Trace here. Thanks for watching D News. I loved dinosaurs as a kid. Maybe you did too. One of my favorites was the Triceratops.
And what do you mean loved? Why is it past tense? What happened to you? Who hurt you? Why don't you love dinosaurs anymore? Huh? How did you lose your sense of wonder? How is your soul destroyed? Why don't you love dinosaurs anymore, you know?
I loved dinosaurs as a kid. Maybe you did too. One of my favorites was the Triceratops. It had these big spikes on its head, and it had like a shield carapace. Who was not?
Frill. Horns and a frill. If you'd done even the most basic level of reading about this, then you would at least get that right. You know, it's just irresponsible.
Here for that. Anyway, recently some research was published that said the Triceratops was not real.
And Mark Melbourne, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. I'm not quite sure why the, let's see, sub goal widget, Ko-Fi alerts. Hang on, let me make sure that we've got both of the alerts. Alert box 2. Copy. Paste. There we go. That's odd. They should be working now, Mark Melbourne. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that very much, Mark Melbourne. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah.
Firstly, a Triceratops had like a shield carapace. Who was not here for that?
Oh,
anyway, recently some research was published that said the Triceratops was not real.
And that's not what this paper said. They got this completely wrong.
Firstly, a Triceratops skeleton is an extremely rare find. Like their own.
No, it's not. Triceratops is by far the most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. There have been literally thousands of Triceratops skeletons discovered over the years. Triceratops is one of the most common dinosaurs in the entire world. The level of incorrectness here is staggering, you know?
Real. Firstly, a Triceratops skeleton is an extremely rare find. Like, there are only a handful of them on Earth.
No. It's literally one of the most common dinosaurs on the planet. It might be the most common dinosaur if you factor in stratigraphy. If you're talking about, like, not just you had 1 million dinosaurs that all died in the same place in the same exact time, but over the course of 2 million years, you've got different Triceratops fossils from across, like, 6 different states. Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, North and South Dakota. There's probably at least one more than that, too. But at least 5 states, plus Alberta, Saskatchewan. Yeah. 5 U.S. states and 2 Canadian provinces. Across 2 million years, Triceratops is probably the most well-represented dinosaur in the fossil record if you are accounting for different strata, rather than just one single mass death assemblage, like, say, the Coelophysis at Ghost Ranch, or the Falcarius at the at that quarry down in Utah near Green River.
Out in Wyoming this week, paleontologists unearthed a new Triceratops skeleton. They already think that this might be the most complete skeleton ever found, which means that there's half of it.
It wasn't.
There's half.
We've got complete skeletons of Triceratops. We've got skeletons where we've got basically the entire animal.
The Triceratops was discovered in the late 19th century by American paleontologist Othniel Marsh. He also discovered the Torosaurus, which he believed to be a cousin of the Triceratops. Since then, many, many, many skulls have been unearthed, but only 3 good skeletons.
That's not true. I've dug up more than 3 good skeletons of Triceratops. Basura, this is just dog water. Awful, awful, awful. Anyway. Yeah, you can see why this has got 5,000 downvotes here and only 15,000, like 15,000 thumbs ups, 5,000 thumbs downs. That's a 25% disapproval rate. Yeah. Anyway, just garbage. That's why I included it in this video right here, you know?
Promoting our own research.
And the thumbs work. I have a special plugin for that, Claire Burr. You have to get that on Chrome. Anywho, let's continue with this.
People like me who actually make our living unlocking the mysteries of the universe. We have literally the most interesting jobs in the entire world. It's about time we started.
Trappy Jenkins. Thank you for those 100 bits, Trappy.
Danny, making Twitch a better place for at least 4 years.
I appreciate you saying that, Trappy. That means a lot. I do my best. Thank you for helping make that possible with your support, Trappy Jenkins. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Acting like it, I think. In the mysteries of the universe, we have literally the most interesting jobs in the entire world. It's about time we started acting like it, I think. The biggest part of that is reaching out to the public. It means stepping out of the lab and actually talking to people, answering questions and promoting our own research, and not leaving that up to the journalists and the science communicators because, oh, let's face it, they often aren't up to the task.
Thank you, Wombat Hole.
I like your best. It LS like every stream.
Well, thank you, Wombat Hole. Wait, what do you mean? I like your best. It is like every stream? Thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Yeah. And Ungoy, as far as I know, the extension works in real time because I've found brand new videos that have 0 likes and 0 dislikes, and I've disliked them, sometimes from several different accounts, and it counts it'll be like 2, 3, 4 downvotes, or 3, 4 dislikes. So it does seem to actually keep up with it in real time. But yeah, I think that means you should wear that tux for every stream. Well, oh, I'm not gonna do that. It's a special occasions kind of thing, you know? Streamiversaries only.
Trappy Jenkins gifted a tier 1 sub to Musaika.
Thank you,
given
Trappy
27
Jenkins,
gift subs in
for
the
gifting
channel.
Musaica. That is generous of you, and that is some good aim. Musaica is good viewer. Appreciate that, Trappy. Appreciate you, Musaica. Yeah.
Recently, some research was published.
And let's see if there's tux slacks. There are, Ungoy. Here, look at my knee. Yeah. Yeah, I promise I'm wearing pants, and they're the pants that go with this.
Published that said the Triceratops was not real.
I think it's high time that scientists took ownership of how their science is represented. Now, first off, having useful vocabulary can help with this. Many occupations actually have their own specific verbs, which help to frame their work in active, forceful ways, to keep it from becoming an abstraction.
And this I kind of took from Jack Horner, you know, when he introduced himself in a video. It says, Jack Horner, ditch digger. Glorified ditch digger, you know? Yeah. And Atlas Brood says, looking sharp. Now you look like a paleontologist at a fancy conference. Oh, I've never worn a tux or even a suit to a conference, Atlas Brood. Congrats on the 4 years. Thank you, thank you. Here's to even a geologic time frame of more learning and education from you. I appreciate that. Thank you once again for helping me become passionate about paleontology, says Atlas Brood. And for all that you do. It is inspiring and worthwhile and truly enriching. Thank you. Atlas, that means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. That's, those words mean a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. I'm truly honored to be able to peel back the curtain and show you how fossil science works. It's a privilege to be able to do that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity with your viewership and your support. Appreciate it. Yeah. This is what you wear to attract donors, says Thorman North. We've had some donors last year for, and this year too. Holy cow, this year too. We were able to fund our fieldwork in Wyoming last summer through this, the generosity of this community. And thank you, QuizTech, for the 100 bits.
Congrats, Danny. Looking sharp. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, QuizTech. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for your viewership and your support. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to everybody else watching here, too. This is a group effort. Just like raising funds for our fieldwork last year. We funded this at 302%. We were able to go out and dig up dinosaurs. Basically, most, if not the vast majority of our funding came direct from this community. So yeah. And that kind of continues into this year, too. We haven't had to run a fundraiser like we did last year. But we did do, well, a couple people from this community, and they know who they are, kicked in a substantial amount of money to fund our fieldwork this year in Wyoming. And I cannot wait to be back out there again, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and live streaming it as often as I can. I'm going to try and stream almost every day from the field in Wyoming. Tarzan, and we did, and we got out the very best bone that we possibly could, the parietal, and yeah, that's all jacketed and ready to be taken back to the laboratory. So that's really good news to have that. Yeah, almost kind of looks scully.
Well, considering what's so close nearby, it's very possible it could be scully.
Yeah, shoot. That would be awesome. And look at the surface is all concreted with this like sandstone crud on top. But on this side, it's clean and beautiful. So this stuff would get cleaned off in the laboratory later. We'll get cleaned. Anyway, we're going to have even more dinosaurs to dig up this year. We've got excavation permits for some of our sites from last year. And we have special permission to work on some private land and dig up some dinosaurs that Barnum Brown himself discovered back in the 1930s, but wasn't able to get out of the ground. This year, we're going to get those dinosaurs out. And we're going to bring them back to the museum. Very excited about that. Yeah. And Atlas says, I am honored and privileged to have that sort of have my paleontology lineage, being traceable to such a great, passionate educator and person like you. Thank you, Atlas. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. I would send you some great teas and treats to try. If there was a place to do so, you deserve it. We do have a P.O. box, Atlas Brood. I share it with Ios and Lordy. But do not think that you have to do that. I would certainly appreciate it, but that's it's by no means a requirement. That would be above and beyond. Sweetie Pie heard the word treat. She didn't hear the word treats. She doesn't care about words. But you're not a dog, but do you want some treats? You're all dressed up too. Look, we matched today. Look at us. Look at us, Sweetie Pie. You're wearing your finest formal attire as well. Yeah. Oh. Can I interest you in a treat, Sweetie Pie? Would you like that? Here we go. Here we go. There's only 2 in there. We gotta get you some more. There you go. And whoop, wrong button. I think if I go like this, then I should be able to... There we go. Scale that down a little bit so we can see it properly, Sweetie Pie. There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? Yeah. Sweetie, do you want some more? Would you like some more treats? Let's get that for you. Let's get that for you. Ho, ho, ho. Value size. Let's get this opened up, Sweetie Pie. Oh, you can smell that. Yeah. Grab those scissors. Oh, somebody's getting excited. Oh, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Come here. Hey. Come here, Sweetie Pie. Oh. Wow. Ugh. I can smell that. Open this up a little bit more effectively. There we go. Yeah, you know that sound. Come on over. Come on over. Get up on the desk. Look. Come on over here. Come eat these. Hey. Ooh. Over here. You gotta come over here, Sweetie Pie. The treats aren't on the floor, they're on the desk. Come on up. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. And drinkable antiques. Cool, Atlas Brood. I've never been very knowledgeable about different teas, but I'm willing to learn for sure. There we go. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Look at that crunching. Yeah. And thank you, Adenosine. Thank you for the happy streamiversary wishes. It's good to see you here, Adenosine. I hope you're doing well. Excellent. Sweetie Pie's chowing down on her treats right now. Yeah. Crunch, crunch. I think you have one more. Where is it? There you go. Yeah, good spot, sweetie pie. Good spot. Very cool. All right. Well, shall we continue with our video here? This is a little bit disjointed, this stream, but we were taking a look at back before I was even on Twitch. Paleontologizing actually got its start on a different platform, on YouTube, back in the day, in 2017. So, and when do I start fieldwork? I'll be out in Wyoming on May 30th, Adenosine, on May 30th. Yeah, can't wait. Anywho, let's go back to the debut video of Paleontologizing. I guess it wasn't the debut video, but it was the first one that I was working on. Here.
I think it's high time that scientists took ownership of how their science is represented. Now, first off, having useful vocabulary can help with this. Many occupations actually have their own specific verbs, which help to frame their work in active, forceful ways, to keep it from becoming an abstraction.
Yeah, but we don't have that as paleontologists.
But most scientific fields don't have their own verbs.
Yeah.
Fossil science doesn't. And sometimes I worry that this failure of vocabulary might make paleontology seem dry and distant.
Funny.
What's funny?
Well, a girl like you, a paleontologist,
What's wrong with paleontology?
classifying old bones.
Oh, bones.
I wanted to do something about that. I wanted a word. So like any moderately creative person, I decided to come up with my own. I like to call it paleontologizing. It's kind of a joke, kind of an overtly jargony sounding word, but it also speaks to what I really do in a broad kind of way. It speaks to the idea that paleontology isn't just a body of knowledge, like a book lying there on a shelf. No, it's a process. It's something that you do. It's a way to think. Put simply, paleontologizing is looking at the world around us in a way that's informed by the study of fossils.
Yep.
This can manifest in a lot of different ways. Like realizing that the pronghorn, also called the antelope, happens to be the fastest runner in the Western Hemisphere. And there's a very good reason for that. It's because until one of its predators went extinct fairly recently, it had to be that fast, just for everyday survival.
Yep, that's the American cheetah right there, which may actually be descended from jaguars, but it was kind of convergently evolved to be like a cheetah kind of body type. Really cool critter. And they went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene. That's why pronghorn are so fast. They evolved that speed to outrun the American cheetah.
Paleontologizing is being momentarily dumbstruck when confronted with the sheer size of a full-grown elephant, before remembering that, relatively speaking, it's not actually that big. Paleontologizing is appreciating that for every tree, every mushroom, every fly, there are over 3 billion years of evolution that went into shaping them. Paleontologizing is knowing that if you really want to understand the world and our place in it, then you have to understand the past. And, not to be sappy or anything, but the act of digging into that past, that's the greatest adventure there is.
This is back when I was trying to use like copyrighted music on YouTube as well. So this part of the VOD could even get flagged. You know what I'll do is we'll go like this for a minute. Just so it doesn't get copyright struck on YouTube. You know what? It probably won't be. It probably won't be.
That's the greatest adventure there is.
favorite bands. This is from Shannon and the Clams.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Risu
For 4
Dago.
years of more delightful con.
Thank you, Risu Dago. I almost thought that was a snail chaser emote for a second. He's got a corn emote too.
Now, in today's world, when the fact that animals change through time is accepted by fewer than half of Americans, when primetime television is full of pseudoscience bullshit, in a culture that sometimes seems to have abandoned the very idea of truth,
Alternative facts.
we need more scientists reaching out to the public. This video series is my attempt at that. In these videos, you'll see scientific discussions, interviews with other scientists, reports from the field, original illustrations, tips and pointers for those of you who want to get into paleontology, explorations of the give and take between paleo and pop culture, and above all, a celebration of that fossil heritage that we all share. So whether you're the distinguished curator of a major museum, or just a curious member of the public, I'm glad you're here, and I hope you'll get something valuable out of this. My name is Danny Anduza, and this is Paleontologizing.
There you go. That was the origins of paleontologizing right there. Thanks for sitting through it. The audio quality and video quality, none of the production value was good back then. I didn't know what I was doing. I have no formal training in media, no formal training in video editing, in videography, and anything like that. All of that stuff has been hard-won through experience for the past few years. So that was from 6 years ago. Here's a link, by the way. If you want to take a look or give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down or whatever. But yeah. That's back when, you know, in the winter of 2017. I was still trying to do the science outreach thing on YouTube, of all places. I didn't even know Twitch existed back then. This has still got, 6 years later, less than 1,000 views. Not great. But yeah. And there were 3 nice comments here, but that's it. Anywho, I continue with a few more videos on here, and then things kind of stalled out. Maybe we'll take a look at a few more of those, because I don't know, I like to think that they're kind of fun. And as long as we're talking about lore here, might as well get into it. So those are all available on the YouTube page here. Under the video essays playlist. Makes it easiest to find. Yeah, and one of these here, videos, oldest. This is actually, I wasn't intending this to be my first video, but the trailer for the Jurassic World Falling Kingdom movie had just come out, and I thought I would do a clickbait trailer trailer reaction clickbait garbage. It says right there. Paleontologist in all caps reacts to Jurassic World 2 trailer. Let's take a look. Well, hey there, Danny here. I was just about to sit down and get some work done when a whole bunch of nerds on the internet just lost their minds over the new trailer. Don't say it that way, Danny. That's not very nice. Film. Now, I've been getting emails since then. A lot of people are asking me to do what's called a trailer reaction video, which apparently entails watching the trailer and recording my reaction to it. So, simple enough, I thought. So apparently this is called Jurassic World Falling Kingdom. And, yeah. I was pretty disillusioned with the first Jurassic World. Than the last one did. Alright, here goes.
So, what are you dating, like an accountant now, or
Owen,
ventriloquist?
stop it.
You love a dummy.
This is not why we're here.
You can blame me, try to shame me.
I know why we're here. A rescue op. Save the dinosaurs from the island that's about to explode. What could go?
Blue is alive. You raised her.
Do these animals deserve the same protections given to other species? Or should they just be left to die?
These creatures were here before us.
Anyway, the whole joke is that, like, I don't care about the trailer.
They're gonna be here after. You know me.
Anywho, you get the idea.
Way.
It was an awful movie. I still haven't seen it, Lenina. I still haven't seen it. Yeah, shoot. I watched like the first 5 minutes of it, and it was so bad I had to turn it off. And I still haven't seen it to this very day. A lot of angry comments here. Oh boy. And look at the number of, it's got almost as many thumbs downs as thumbs up. That's impressive. Yeah. But yeah. Apparently nobody knows what a joke is. Anywho. Yeah. That probably, in retrospect, wasn't a good way to ingratiate myself to dinosaur fans on YouTube. It was perhaps a bit unkind. Yeah. Anywho. But after that, I had a few other videos that I was trying to produce on YouTube, and some of them, well, I don't know. None of them actually got much attention or anything, but I tried for a while. I was hoping that this video would at least serve a purpose. Would at least do something for the world at large. And thank you, Neruel, for the happy streamiversary wishes. I appreciate that. Anyway, take a look at this. There was another thing that happened in this would have been the winter of 2017, I believe. Yeah, from 6 years ago. An alleged dinosaur corpse, still covered in flesh, has been making the rounds on the internet. But is it actually what people are claiming it is? Take a look. Hey there.
This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today we're going to be exploring something pretty weird. This is not what I had planned for this week, but sometimes the best laid plans are displaced by current events, and well, duty calls. So last month, reports started to surface online about a strange-looking
either good video or good audio at the time. I didn't have the gear that I had. I had the little handheld device that I was recording audio on, and then a DSLR camera that couldn't even shoot in 1080p. I didn't really know how to do lighting back then. All of this stuff was amateurish at the time. The ideas were there, but the execution wasn't there yet.
Animal carcass discovered in northern India.
Rhinoceros. 40 feet long.
Apparently found by a worker who was cleaning out a derelict electrical facility in the city of Jaspur in the state of Uttarakhand.
Cast the Dreamer says, looks like a dried up dog. You're on the right track, Cast the Dreamer. But the answer is even more interesting than that, I promise you.
Carcass is still partially covered with flesh and features a longish tail, a gracefully curved neck, and a fearsome-looking skull. Local officials were called in to investigate the remarkable idea that this was a small dinosaur living in modern times. So could this really be a dinosaur?
Of course not. What are you, stupid? I didn't quite have the tone that I wanted yet, you know? Still a little too spicy. Back at the time. You can't say that to people, you know? You just can't. I'm sorry. That's not the right approach. It's just that... Henrietta, how are you doing?
I get frustrated
welcome.
when sensationalistic garbage like this gets spread around just because journalists don't want to do their jobs.
And Gene Wen. I appreciate your good humor and your humility, Gene Wen. That is the mark of true wisdom and true intelligence, is knowing that you're, you know, a big old stupid head. I'm a big old stupid head. And that's hard-won knowledge, you know? And Ken, how are you doing? Yeah, a spicy Danny that's new to me. How are you doing, Ken? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Ken, happy, well, I guess happy 4-year streamiversary to me. It was 4 years ago today that I did my very first stream here on Twitch. It's been 4 years now of fossil science outreach on this platform. So we're diving into some paleontologizing lore right now. Talking about what I was doing before I even knew that Twitch existed. I was still trying to do science outreach on YouTube, and so we're taking a look at a few of those videos. Then we'll be moving up in time and looking at some of the live streams from the past 4 years here on Twitch, talking about things that are to come. The future of this channel, the future of paleontology outreach on Twitch. So, yeah. Anywho, and Dr. Hubs, the Razzies, Jurassic World 3 Dominion was worse than Jurassic World 2. I had to sit through the whole one, all of Jurassic World Dominion, because I watched that in the theater. And we might take a look at that video, actually, because... Oh, goodness. I did a live stream after that. That was after I'd already started streaming on Twitch. Yeah. Music. How are the volume levels? Too loud. But as you can probably tell, I am streaming to you from a hotel room right now in the great state of Idaho. Pocatello, Idaho. My mobile live streaming rig is still not working. They have to send me some new modems for it because apparently they expired or went stale or something. Kind of unclear on that, but Anyway, yeah, for the time being, we are... You know, when life gives you gators, you make Gatorade, and that's what we're trying to do here. Give up with the first Jurassic World. You did that right, Ken. Live streaming rig, which I can't do. That's the wise. Stream from my hotel room. And I just saw the new movie Jurassic World Dominion. People have been begging me to see this and to talk about it, and I took the opportunity to do so today. I went and saw it at the theater. Just got back. And, haven't really had time to think about it, but we're going to discuss it today. But before we do that, let me say hello to saying hello to everybody. How long does this take? Probably a while. Let's just skip ahead. Holy cow. But yeah, shoot. I don't know. Well, everybody, let me clue you in on what's been going on lately. Yesterday, I was planning on doing a museum live stream with Dr. L.J. Krumanacker, and that didn't end up working out because my equipment failed to work. The modems, which I activated a few days ago, you know, right on schedule, they're expired. Connect to the network. Anywho, so I went to go to the movie theater to go see Jurassic World Dominion instead. Oh my goodness. Garbage. Basura, dog water. That film. And Jody Fish says, I was glad. Appreciate that. It would go a long way. And South America. How do they get to Europe and Asia and Australia? How does that even work? I don't know. That whole thing was a little... None of it made any sense. They didn't dwell on it at all. Would have been nice to have had a little bit of an explanation, I suppose. But yeah. Anywho, here is a link to that VOD if you want to take a look. And yeah, you were there, Jody Fish, clearly. You mentioned by name. Anyway, back to this video.
So even ignoring the fact that the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago...
Oh yeah, why couldn't it be a dinosaur? Why could this not be a dinosaur? When sensationalistic garbage like this gets spread around, just because journalists don't want to do their jobs.
So even ignoring the fact that the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago,
yeah,
it is obviously not a dinosaur because, and I'm speaking as a dinosaur paleontologist here,
it looks nothing like a dinosaur.
Yeah. I'd also like to posit that this thing is not as big a mystery as it is being reported.
A part of me recoils, cringes even, upon seeing these older videos before I knew a lot about how to record audio, or before I had any decent audio equipment, you know, before I had didn't even have a USB mic at the time. I had like a handheld sound recorder, and I had to try and sync it up with the video, and I don't know. Now I'm very lucky to have some higher end equipment, which does make a difference. The way that you use the equipment is more important than the actual quality of the equipment itself. That much is definitely true. But back then I had bad equipment and I didn't know how to use it.
But that didn't stop lazy journalists from latching onto the dinosaur claim anyway.
And I remember that Alexander Morrison. Wasn't that a cake or something?
Anything. They did, however, publish lots and lots of articles. And of course, this being the internet, that brought all kinds of wacky characters out of the woodwork.
This is a major discovery that's pretty much proving that dinosaurs are probably, I mean, this is just, it looks pretty authentic.
They have found a dinosaur
right-wing wacko
in India.
The dinos that resemble the shape of the 28 centimeters long creature.
The mystery of dinosaurs thickens. What it is, more or less, is
the Coelophysis.
We're not being told a real history of Earth here.
In the Dromaeosaurus.
Deinonychus.
Creation, evolution, and the fact that the world is only 6,000 years old, and man lived with dinosaurs.
Try to hide it up. when you have a dinosaur that is found in India with flesh still on
The
its
creationists
bones.
love
The
this.
power of manipulation of the DNA.
So there's definitely aspects of our history that the mainstream scientific people in charge don't want us to know.
It tends to shake up the status quo, what they're teaching us.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep hidden.
And evolution is a false religion, pretty much manufactured by Satan, who just wants to distract people.
What will they do with the dino DNA? What? Especially when you start talking about Nephilim and mixing the species and the different things that's going on with the genetic.
Yeah.
So it should be obvious to any thinking person that this is not a dinosaur. But you're probably wondering, what is it? Well, to find out, let's do some paleontologizing. Oh, obviously, if it still has flesh on it, then it's not a fossil. So why is this even a paleontological question? Well, paleontology is...
And Miss Caprical says, my guess, it's a rat. That is one of the ideas that I had at the beginning, and we tried to find a way to test this as best we could.
It's one of the broadest sciences there is.
And how old was I then? Well, shoot, if I'm 21 years old now, and that was in... What year was this? 2017? Then, let's see, that would have been 7 years ago? Yeah, you could do the math. It was, what, 15? We'll go with that. Sure.
And our expertise often has bearing on other fields. For example, paleontologists will sometimes get called in to archaeological sites to look at animal skeletons.
Yeah, it's true.
When you think about it, we are some of the only scientists who typically identify animals based only on their bones. It's a practice called osteology, and it's kind of our wheelhouse. So just by looking at the bones that are visible in the just-bore carcass, especially the structure of the skull, the general shape of the teeth, and the zygomatic arch, I can tell right off the bat that this thing is a carnivoran. They're the group of mammals that includes lions and tigers and bears, plus canines and hyenas, foxes, raccoons, pinnipeds, and all kinds of little weaselly guys, too.
Yep,
This
carnivorans.
group split off from the...
I would show you carnivorans on the Tree of Life, but right now we're getting a one zoom version error. Not ideal. Or else I would show you carnivorans here. I can show you on Wikipedia, I suppose. Yeah, here we are. Clade carnivora. There we go. Placental mammals that have specialized in primarily eating flesh, whose mammals are formerly referred to as carnivorans. So that's lions and tigers and bears, hyenas and raccoons, binturongs, like you see right here, walruses and minks, and all kinds of other critters like this. These are, you know, yeah, carnivorans are creatures that have carnassial teeth, as previously recorded, Danny will explain to you presently.
The rest of the mammals, probably sometime in the Eocene.
Here.
That this thing is a carnivoran. They're the group of mammals that includes lions and tigers and bears, plus canines and hyenas, foxes, raccoons, pinnipeds, and all kinds of little weaselly guys, too.
The mustelids.
This group split off from the rest of the mammals, probably sometime in the Eocene.
Alexander Morrison's basically all the Chad mammals. It's an interesting way to look at that, Alexander Morrison. The Chad carnivorans versus the... Yeah.
About 42 million years ago. And from their common ancestor, they inherited something that we call carnassials.
Yeah.
No, not those carnassials.
No.
I'm talking about the distinctly shaped cheek teeth that these critters use for slicing up meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, carnassial teeth.
So there you have it. The Jespor mystery carcass is not a dinosaur. It's some variety of small carnivorous mammal.
There you go.
Glad we could clear that up.
I'm glad you're satisfied with that.
And I'll see you around.
So anyway, that was a video that I produced that, oh, wait, hang on.
What's that? You're not satisfied with that conclusion?
Oh, this is so corny.
You expected more from me. All right. Well, challenge accepted. So obviously this thing is some kind of carnivorous. I mean, that level of identification is child's play. But what if we could narrow it down all the way to the species level? Well, let's see if we can knock this one out of the park. When I first saw this,
a little corny, clever.
It looks like a cat.
To me. Yeah.
But I wasn't confident about that. At least, not enough that I could really get cocky about it. You see, I am not a mammal paleontologist. I work mostly on dinosaurs, and so my knowledge of mammalian skeletal anatomy is not fantastic. So, of course, I
go to
reached
other
out for help
specialists
on Facebook and on Twitter from some of my paleo friends who know a lot more about mammalian osteology than I do.
Yeah. So this is what we do as scientists. Like, nobody is an expert in everything. What you do is you reach out to your colleagues and you say, hey, does anybody know more about this than I do? Can we collaborate on this? Do you have any insights or expertise that I might lack? Science is not a solo endeavor. As scientists, we generally do not work by ourselves. We collaborate. We go to our comrades, our colleagues, our friends, our coworkers, and we say, hey, let's figure this out together.
How do you go about clarifying an enigma like this one? Well, it's not really that difficult. First, we start with what we know. It's plain to see that this is not a fossil, so it has to be a modern taxon, and it's obviously some kind of carnivorous. We know where it was found, and so we can use that to narrow it down too. With a little help from my friends, I figured out that it's definitely not a cat.
Not a cat.
And it's not an otter.
Not an otter.
Again and again, there were two possibilities that my mammal expert friends kept returning to.
Yeah.
Either it was a...
And there we go. Holly Woodward, we just talked about her yesterday when she was talking to us about histology. She's one of the world authorities on Archosaur histology.
Abilities that my mammal
Bobby Bozenecker, Susumu Tamiya, Amy Atwater.
Either it was a herpestid, which is a mongoose.
Yeah.
Or a mustelid, which is some kind of weaselly guy.
Yeah.
Using range data, we can come up with our most likely candidates.
Will62 says, Danny consults with the Council of Arch Paleontologists. There you go.
And then parse it down from there. The dentary seems to be the wrong shape for the Indian gray mongoose. And the limbs appear to be too long for the small Asian mongoose. The apparent lack of a sagittal crest seems to be another giveaway. I could be wrong, but I don't think this thing is a mongoose. So then, by process of elimination, that leaves us with this little guy. Yellow-throated marten. Scientific binomial, Martes flavigula.
How many people in chat didn't know that this animal existed? Because it is so cool, and I'm so happy to introduce it to you.
Known to Russian speakers as the kharza, it's a common animal in that part of the world, and relatively well studied. As a member of the weasel family, the yellow-throated marten is closely related to the pine marten of Europe and the American marten of the western...
Are you familiar with martens in general, chat? Pine martens or what was the other guy?
Marten is closely related to the pine marten of Europe.
The pine marten of Europe.
Europe, and the American marten.
Or the American marten of North America.
Of the western U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
Although it's slightly larger and more primitive.
So this guy, the yellow-throated marten, so named for its adorable yellow throat, is, I think, the world's largest marten.
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Skulgar Thane, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologize. It is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. You followed on our 4-year streamiversary. Welcome, Skullgar. It's good to have you here. Make yourself at home. Let me know if you've got any fossil science questions. Yeah. Anyway, the yellow-throated marten. I think it's the world's largest marten, and might also be the world's most vicious marten. Take a look.
Multi-gene phylogenetic analysis seems to indicate that it diverged from its relatives in the early Pliocene, and then hung around doing its thing in Asia until the current day.
So it's the earliest
While it might
diverging
look
member of
cute
its
with
group.
its handsome, brightly colored coat, the yellow-throated marten also has some...
So there it is. Killing and eating a monkey. At first, at the beginning of this video, it just kind of seems to be like playing with the monkey. Like both it and the monkey kind of seem to think that they're just playing, and then things get real afterwards.
Serious moxie. And it isn't afraid to attack and eat animals much larger than itself.
Yeah.
Apparently including small deer.
Holy cow, yeah.
As for it being our culprit, well, the geography is an obvious match. As for its anatomy, the length of its neck, its posture, the structure of its sacrum, its lack of a prominent sagittal crest, and the general morphology of its skull all seem to line up beautifully with our mystery remains.
Yeah.
And bingo, it's a match. About as perfect as we could hope for with the available evidence. Location, abundance, size, morphology of the skull, it's all there. Now, of course, I can't be 100% certain that I'm right about this ID, but at least now we have a falsifiable hypothesis.
Yep.
And if the people in possession of this carcass actually want...
And this is wild, because they had all of these, uniformed, military or police officials who were all posing with this thing, and they're like, oh, it's a dinosaur, this is a dinosaur. If they actually bothered to, check, you could get DNA out of this thing. It would not be difficult to test this. But they weren't really after that. They were after headlines, so...
Want to test this hypothesis? It should be pretty straightforward. As long as the thing is male, then all you got to do is open it up and examine its baculum.
Yeah.
The yellow-throated marten has a very distinct one, different from all its relatives, so in terms of identification, that should be your silver bullet.
Yeah. And Claire yes.
Oh, and by the way, if you don't already know what a baculum is, then I strongly suggest that you look it up. It's a fun little piece of trivia to share with your friends and family.
Yeah. The baculum, and shoot, I guess people who are not subscribed are not going to hear this because they're stuck behind the ad right now. Sorry. But all of you subscribers or gift recipients, you'll get to hear this. Baculum is... I know this is a family-friendly broadcast, but we're just talking about anatomy here. There's no reason to be embarrassed about this or anything. It's just nature. The baculum is the penis bone. Most mammals, male mammals, they've got a bone in their penis called the baculum. And in the yellow-throated marten, it's got a very distinctive shape. So that would be an easy way to test whether or not this is a yellow-throated marten, or maybe... It could still be a mongoose, but I really don't think it is. I think it was a yellow-throated marten. There's like a 50-50 shot that the critter was male. Maybe more than 50-50. A male animal is probably a little bit more likely to weasel its way into an abandoned power station and then die there. Males, among mammals at least, we tend to be a little bit more mischievous. So yeah, the baculum. It's the bone in the phallus. It's the penis bone. There you go, Nuclear Cowboy, yeah.
So anyway, I feel that this is a very fitting conclusion. It is somehow very appropriate that one of these spirited little animals would clamber into an electrical facility to keel over and shrivel up in a final act of mischief, so that years later it would fool a bunch of gullible humans into thinking that it was a dinosaur.
Rhinoceros.
So what can we learn from this? Well, first off, we see a dismal failure of journalism on multiple levels. It starts with those first reports last month, and it continues with every instance of a credulous journalist choosing to just repeat the dinosaur thing without bothering to consult, oh, I don't know, maybe anybody who studies dinosaurs? That would have stopped this farce right at the beginning. No, I'm not suggesting that anybody should lose their job over this, but it is discouraging to see the piss-poor quality of all the reporting here.
Just dog water.
Now you might be asking yourself, what's the harm? Why be concerned over a bogus dinosaur corpse story? But I think you already know the answer. This kind of nonsense makes people stupider.
It does. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. I appreciate that very much. You are as generous as you are mysterious. Look at this lovely Tinamou bird. So excited about those gift subs. A little too excited. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Anonymous is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Thank you very much. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Anonymous Gifter. Appreciate you very much. Look, 158 out of 500 for this week. Excellent. Excellent. It's good stuff. And the amount of subs this stream, truly impressive, Lenina. I know we set the goal really, really high for this week. We'll see if we get anywhere close, but yeah. There you go, Zesty Punch. Yeah. Of course it's there. Yeah. Right next to the old Ark of the Covenant. Right? Yeah. Wait. Anywho, where were we? We were right here.
So anyway, I feel that this is a very fitting conclusion. It is somehow very appropriate that one of these spirited little animals would clamber into an electrical facility to keel over and shrivel up in a final act of mischief, so that years later it would fool a bunch of gullible humans into thinking that it was a dinosaur.
Rhinoceros.
So what can we learn from this? Well, first off, we see a dismal failure of journalism on multiple levels.
Yeah, just dog water.
It starts with those first reports last month, and it continues with every instance of a credulous journalist choosing...
And holy cow, Spartan, 50 gift subs! 50! From So Spartan, holy moly.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Holy cow, Spartan, my goodness. That is incredible. And I really appreciate it, Spartan. Holy cow. We're almost halfway to our sub goal, or we're approaching the halfway point. Thank you, Spartan. It means so much to me. And there are 50 people in the chat. You won't have to worry about any ads until I'm already out there in the field digging up dinosaurs. I will have already been out there for like a week by the time any of those lucky folks have to watch any ads at all on this channel. And Zentimal says, thanks, So Spartan. Zentimal, thank you for saying thank you. It's good to have you here. And thank you, Madam33, for those 100 bits. Exquisite. I really appreciate that, Matt. I really do. And we got another 100 from I Want a Niffler. Niffler, thank you.
Choo choo.
And Lenina with the 400 bits there. Let's see what happens with this dinosaur sponge. Well.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Will we get lucky? Oh, sorry, Lenina.
I wasted $5 on these.
Your $5 weren't wasted there, Lenina. Thank you for your support.
If you're feeling a
Thank
bit
you.
cheated,
Lower the
try
noob
blaming
for the
the
100
dinosaurs.
bits.
Train arrived
Wombat
on the
hole.
platform.
Thank you. The train has arrived on the platform. Yes, indeed. Cliff Alistair McLean, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that too. Holy moly. Good stuff. We got another hype train going. On our way to a level 7 already. Thank you, Risa Degu, for those 100 bits. Exquisite. Holy cow. Spartan, you just boosted us
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
to a level 7 there. That's incredible. I appreciate you, Spartan. It's kind of harrowing to think how little time I have left until I'm going to be out in the field again. There's so much I have to do. I got to get that Spinosaur paper submitted for publication. I've got some videos to produce for an upcoming project. I got to get all my gear together for field work and organize some interviews. All kinds of... There's so many things to do. But every ounce of support that I get here, every single bit, every single gift sub, makes things a little bit easier on me. You know, helps me pay those bills, afford the fuel that I need to get out there to the field, all that good stuff. But 50 Z's from Spartan. Yes, indeed, Golganak.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards
Does go a long
supporting
way.
science outreach here on Twitch.
Thank you, Steely Dan, for the 500 bits. Almost a whole year. Yeah, 4 years is almost the whole year, isn't it? Steely Dan, Paleontologizing is the place where time stands still. Where 4 years is almost a whole year, you know? Appreciate you. Holy cow, Miss Caprical. What?
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Miss Caprical, holy moly, 50 gift subs there. Thank you for that. Holy moly. I don't know what to say. There's 50 more people. You combined with Spartan, that's 100 viewers who'll be able to start up the field season without any ads in less than a month. I'll be out there in the field digging up dinosaurs for like a week before they have to watch a single ad on this platform. Thank you, Miss Caprical. 50 gift subs. That's as many as 5 tens.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Avalon Angels, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate your contribution there. Moving this hype train forward. Exquisite. Yeah. Shoot. 50 gift subs from Miss Caprical. 50 from... 50 whole gift subs from So Spartan. That's as many as 5 tens. Vampire, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Pushing our hype train forward. 50. That's as many as 5 tens. And that's wonderful. You're giving Jeff Bezos here a run for his money. Oh, sorry. Alter Ego Lex Luthor. Huh. We all really know what's going on. Anyway. But you've got this? Well, thank you for that, Trekner. I appreciate you. And holy Hatzegopteryx, I just noticed the ducks. Paleo Ken. Did you just get your pupils dilated? Maybe it's been a long day, Ken. It's good. Happy 4 years of streaming here on Twitch. Yes, indeed. Well, keep pushing this in the wrong direction, the bow tie. Yeah.
But it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
There it goes.
Trek Nerd, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you for those 500 bits. I appreciate that. Holy cow, good stuff. Good stuff. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Fantastic. And it wasn't a tucked shirt this year. It actually has never been. I've never done that on a Streamiversary. It's always the real deal. Because the tux shirt isn't actually a tux. It's a business suit that I used to do for Millionaire. Anyway, I'll show you in a little bit if you want proof. And thank you, Confused Echidna. What an awesome milestone. Thank you, Echidna. And thank you for helping me get there with your continued support, Echidna. It means a lot to me. Appreciate you.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
It used to be. Yeah, Fedorasaur.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Yep. Fedorasaur. Thank you for those 5 gift subs.
5 subs.
Thank you, Fedorasaur. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you for that. And Spartan, an additional 20. Spartan, holy moly. We are more than halfway to our goal now for the week.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Spartan, that is nuts. Look at all of those people who just got gift subs. A lot of these users aren't even recognized, but Moss Dino Mean? Sound like they might be a dinosaur person. Flopsy Doodle, no luck with names. Linux Too Good and Notorious Gaming 24. All of you lucky folks just got gift subs, 20 of them from So Spartan. Spartan. Thank you for that. And Elton John singing about thecodontians?
Began the dinosaur dynasty.
Lordy. 5 gift subs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Best stream. Happy 4 years.
Lordy, thank you. I wish Moon Pie were here to see that alert. She's elsewhere right now. And Muzokashi, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Holy cow. So Lordy has been here since the very, very beginning. One of my very first viewers. Well, Taki Glassbender.
Dirter.
Taki Glassbender, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Ontogeny. For their 3 listeners.
It is good to have you here, Tachi Glassbender. It is good to have you here.
Dirter.
Fedorasaur gifted a tier 1 sub to Ningobal. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
And thank you, Fedorasaur, for that gift sub to Ningobal. Fedorasaur, thank you. Tachi Glassbender, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the... well, our 4th Streamiversary Spectacular here on Paleontologizing.
No
expense.
BJ White 211 gifted a tier 1
And thank you, BJ White, for that gift sub there. Exquisite. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. We're celebrating 4 whole years of Paleontologizing streams on this platform. 4 years of fossil science outreach here on Twitch. Everything from office streams like you're seeing right now, to fieldwork streams, museum streams, interviews, even the occasional video gaming stream. Very occasional. And Mary L.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Riku 2 Replica.
Thank you for that gift sub. I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Whiskey Pack, you got a gift sub? It might be hard to track down because holy cow, we've had a ton of gift subs. A ton of them. from So Spartan, from Miss Caprikel, from various other wonderful and generous chatters who know who they are. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. And Dirk just says, looking sharp, thank you. Dirk, I appreciate that. Welcome to the Paleontologizing 4-year Streamiversary Spectacular. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Risa Dego says, we came from OnlineCon so many years ago. Is that right, Risa Dego? Is that what brought you here? Wonderful. Oh, shoot. I need to tell everybody watching right now that, I don't know when exactly I'm going to do this, but at this year's Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, I hope to present the presentation, present some research on paleontology outreach on this platform. I'm going to be putting together a survey, and we'll be advertising it on these streams before too long. But I want to know people's thoughts on these live streams, what you've learned from them. Did this help inspire a passion for fossil science in you? Did this change your life in any way? Do you have a better appreciation for natural history, for fossil science, for dinosaurs, or for paleontology in general? I've got to come up with ways to craft these questions where we can actually get some interesting information out of them. But I'm going to be presenting on this science outreach, hopefully, at SVP this year, at the big global conference for vertebrate paleontologists. And so I kind of need your help for that. I'll put together a Google form. And when that's done, if you could fill that out, I'll let you know when it's done on the stream. It might be before I leave for the field, or it might be after I get back. But, yeah. That is going to provide me with the data that I need to actually talk about the impact of this science outreach on all of you good folks. I'm really excited to be able to share this with my colleagues at our big global vertebrate paleontology meeting. And, yeah, so I hope you'll help me with that. By, it could be totally anonymous if you want it to be. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Send me the Googles. Oh yeah, Risa Dagu. I will. Stay tuned, and we'll talk about that on stream at a later date. And thank you, Whiskey Pack. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. And holy cow. Our hype train complete at level 10. Extraordinary. 54%. 144 gift subs. Largely due to Spartan and Miss Caprikel. MVPs for this stream. Holy cow. 2,400 bits. Exquisite. Well, of course, today we are celebrating our 4-year Streamiversary. Now that we've completed another hype train, let's bring on that little musical number again. I think you'll like it. It's short. Take a look. Happy 4 years, everybody. 4 years Streamiversary. I'm honored to be able to celebrate with you today. Thank you for the opportunity, everybody. Good stuff. Yeah, I did have fun making that fairy foundling. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. But yeah. And Jody Fish, yes, that's one of the questions. We're on the same wavelength there, Jody Fish. Thank you, Clairebear, for reposting. How many levels of education achieved by your viewers, just to show how far across learning this outreach goes, from elementary students to other professionals? That's one of the questions I already have written down, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. Level of educational attainment, and whether or not people learned about the biological sciences in school, whether they ever got to learn about evolution in school. That's another question that I have on there too. So yeah, we should be getting some good info on that. Yeah. And Texas Cryptid says, when you started this, did you think it would have this level of success or last as long as it has? Honestly, no, Texas Cryptid. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. Here, let's continue the little video that I was showing everybody before, because I didn't actually start off on Twitch. I started off on YouTube years and years ago. Back in the year 2017, I was working as a car salesman at a Toyota dealership in Bozeman, Montana. In between field seasons, every summer I would leave for the field. I'd go out and dig up dinosaurs. But from fall through spring, I had to pick up other odd jobs. And when I first started paleontologizing, I was working as a car salesman. So take a look at this right here.
Hey there, this is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today we're going to be exploring something pretty weird.
Yeah, I'm just setting the stage here. We'll jump to the end of the video in a second.
Sometimes the best laid plans are displaced by current events, and well, duty calls. So last month, reports started to surface online about a strange-looking animal carcass discovered in northern India.
Appreciate that, Tex.
Rhinoceros.
Anyway, so people were calling this a dinosaur carcass, even though it's very clearly a carnivorous mammal. And, yeah, you had all these wackadoos on the internet making a big deal about it.
This is a major discovery that's pretty much proving that dinosaurs are probably, I mean, this is just, it looks pretty authentic.
They have found a dinosaur corpse in India.
The dinos that resemble the shape of the 28 centimeters long creature.
The mystery of dinosaurs.
Thank you, Denoba. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome.
What it is, more or less, is
the coelophysis.
We're not being told a real history of Earth here.
In the
anyway, this is why I felt compelled to make a video about this. Is all of this nonsense that was online.
Man lived with dinosaurs.
Try to hide it up when you have a dinosaur that is found in India with flesh still on its bones.
And with the power of manipulation of the DNA.
So there's definitely aspects of our history that the mainstream scientific people in charge don't want us to know.
It tends to shake up the steps.
Roland Ronta says, have any dinosaur remains been found in the Congo? So the Congo is more of a jungly region, so we've got, I don't think we have any dinosaur fossils from there. Dinosaur fossils are usually found in areas where you have exposed rock on the surface. So not rainforests, not swamps, not, you know, areas like that, like the Congo. Unless you're talking about like the Mbokili Membe, like cryptozoology legend. Yeah, I'll just give you a quick resource for that from this lovely and concise podcast here. The Mbokili Membe, does a species of sauropod dinosaur still exist in the wilds of Africa? The short answer is no. But here's a nice reference for you there. Yeah. Anywho. let's get back to this.
Status quo, what they're teaching us.
Yeah, they definitely
boy.
want to keep hidden.
And evolution is a false religion.
There goes Steely
pretty much
Dan, yeah.
manufactured by Satan, who just wants to distract people.
What will they do with the dino DNA? What? Especially when you start talking about Nephilim and mixing of species and the different things that's going on with the genetic manipulation. But
all these charlatans. Anyway, this creature is very clearly not a dinosaur. It's definitely a carnivorous mammal. And then I kind of came to the conclusion that it was probably a yellow-throated marten right here.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time...
Thank you, Science Streams. Thank you, Belit.
...are leading this expedition.
Those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Belit. Holy cow, good stuff.
_streams just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, Science Streams. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Belint says, happy 4 years, my friend. Thank you, Belint. It means a lot to me. Thank you for your consistent and relentless cheerleading. Relentless in a good way. You've been one of my biggest supporters here, Belint, and it means a great deal to me. I am lucky to count you as a colleague and as a friend. If anybody here is not yet following Science Streams, Belint and Lita are a married couple of molecular and systems biologists. They work on genetics, they work on insects, they work on fungi, they work on all kinds of cool stuff. And they stream here like 8 or sometimes even 9 days a week. If you're looking for good science content here on Twitch, and you're not yet following Science Streams, you are... I don't know. You better correct that right this instant. Go follow Science Streams right now. Thank you, Belint, for your kind words, your support, your friendship, your camaraderie. Appreciate you, Belint. Kennedy says Danny cleans up nicely. Thank you. I try and keep things tidy around here, you know? Yeah. You know, do some dusting. Thank you, Kennedy. Yeah. Fedora says, I can confirm science is great. Oh, yeah. Absolutely top-notch, world-class science outreach content. Hanging out with scientists, talking about science, talking about pop culture, talking about art, talking about current news of the day. It's always a good time over at Science Streams. I dearly wish I had more free time to spend over at Science Streams. Oh, man. Some of you have some free time. Go check out Science Streams. Anywho, we were talking about this video that I produced a long time ago. This is before I was on Twitch. You know, talking about these critters and trying to figure out this mystery. I thought it was probably a yellow-throated marten.
For the small Asian mongoose, the apparent lack of a sagittal crest seems to be another giveaway.
Looking at these osteological hints.
But I don't think this thing is a mongoose. So then, by process of elimination, that leaves us with this little guy. Yellow-throated marten. Scientific binomial, Martes flavigula.
What a remarkable little animal. Oh man, they're cool, and they...
Known to Russian speakers as the kharza, it's a common animal in that part of the world, and relatively well studied.
Yeah, they're pretty well known. And they, oh man, are they vicious.
Also has some serious moxie.
Yeah, here's one killing and eating a monkey.
Animals much larger than itself.
Yeah,
apparently including small deer.
Oof.
As for it being our culprit, well, the geography is an obvious match. As for its anatomy, the length of its neck, its posture, the structure of its sacrum, its lack of a prominent sagittal crest, and the general morphology of its skull all seem to line up beautifully with our mystery remains.
Anyway.
It's somehow very appropriate that one of these spirited little animals.
I was pretty proud of this video when it came out.
To
I didn't
keel
really know
over
what I
and
was doing
shrivel
back
up
then, but...
in a final act of mischief. So that years later, it would fool a bunch of gullible humans into thinking that it was a dinosaur.
Rhinoceros.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Thank you, Vinyl Transmissions, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Picked a good day to follow. Our 4-year streamiversary. Welcome. And thank you, Harry. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah.
So what can we learn from this? Well, first off, we see a dismal failure of journalism on multiple levels. It starts with those first reports last month, and it continues with every instance of a credulous journalist choosing to just repeat the dinosaur thing without bothering to consult, oh, I don't know, maybe anybody who studies dinosaurs? That would have stopped this farce right at the beginning. Now, I'm not suggesting that anybody should lose their job over this, but it is discouraging to see the piss-poor quality of all the reporting here. Now, you might be asking yourself, what's the harm? Why be concerned over a bogus dinosaur corpse story? But I think you already know the answer. This kind of nonsense makes people stupider.
It does.
And in this day and age, I don't think we need any more of that. So, to try and end on an optimistic note, let's focus on what you and I can do to try and improve things. Well, for one, if you see more examples of the Jasper dinosaur corpse popping up on the news, then you can share this video in the comment section. It might not be much, but at the end of the day, it's better than nothing. Sometimes it's all you can really ask for.
Yeah.
Anyway. Until next time, I'm Danny Anduza. Keep on paleontologizing.
So this is back when paleontologizing was just on YouTube. Yeah. It continued there for a while, through 2018 and through 2019. I didn't even know Twitch existed back then. So the origins of this channel came from a different platform. We did a few more of these, but eventually I moved away from Montana, and I produced a little video to go along with that. So I'll show you that here, and then we'll transition into starting up on Twitch. And Claire Burr, that was the guy you're thinking of. Jim Inhofe, yeah.
Winds are blowing and the snow is starting in to fall. Then my eyes turn westward, knowing that's the place that I love best of all.
There's been a general decline around here for a while now, and opportunities in paleontology have been disappearing. So after the better part of a decade in Montana, I'm moving on to greener pastures.
It's 8 years in Montana.
I'm returning to where I got my start.
I was really excited to move back to California, honestly, after I realized I had to. Yeah.
Perhaps you don't realize it, but California actually is the center of the universe.
That's probably not totally fair, but you know, I was arguing for this point, you know?
Or at least if you're going to do something ridiculous like designate a center.
And any Star Trek fans in the chat right now? Starfleet headquarters is right here in the Bay Area, right? This is San Francisco's Presidio. This is where I used to work. I got a job right here in 2019. Yeah.
Distinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Darkmock Rises.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, Darkmock Rises.
Danny Ong hype.
Thank you for the 7 months of support. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction for myself and for this channel for the past 7 months through your support, Darkmock Rises. Much appreciated.
Center of the universe. It might as well be.
Or at least if you're going to do something ridiculous like designate a center of the universe, it might as well be California. New Yorkers might assume that the title is theirs, but I don't think that's been true since the 1930s, if it ever was.
Yeah, get wrecked, New York. Okay, I don't know. Pointless rivalry here.
You could make a convincing argument that in recent history, no other region on our planet has had more influence on the world stage than the Golden State. It's a place whose geology made it the world's singular destination.
Gold. In 1848, gold was the word for California.
The gold rush was the first time people from all of the continents came together.
This is a little self-indulgent here.
We can look at that as a
and thank you, Doc Mark Rises. I appreciate that.
Human history, where you see created for the very first time a world-class, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural society.
That variety of people has always been its strength, making California the world leader in media, the biggest trendsetter in popular culture, a trailblazer in politics and in civil rights, and perhaps most especially, a driving force in science and technology.
I thought I could sneak this one in there. Like, I was hoping that like people in the comments would you know, say, oh, I saw this. But yeah. Danny's video is self-indulgent? Never, says Lordy. Oh boy. Yeah.
Chances are the platform on which you're watching this video right now is based in California.
YouTube is based in California, but you know what else is? A little platform called Twitch.tv. Based on Bush Street in San Francisco, California. Yeah.
That's because the things which get invented there have a tendency to spread out across the globe.
Yeah, blue jeans are a California invention. Blue jeans are worn all around the world today, along with a zillion other things. I don't know. There's so many different inventions here in California. Macintosh computers? Anybody? Also from here in California? Anyway. Blue jeans, invented right here in California, in the Bay Area, no less. In San Francisco, I think.
Because the things which get invented there have a tendency to spread out across the globe.
Yeah.
Innovation and scientific discovery make up the very fabric of the place, leading to the development of new technologies, be they to waste time or to bring an end to humanity.
Yeah. J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Now, as somebody who
was a
works
Berkeley
primarily
professor,
on dinosaurs,
University of California.
You may be wondering what I plan on doing in a place that isn't particularly well known for its dinosaurs.
Hey, Wombat Hole, yeah.
In fact, you may be wondering whether there even are any dinosaurs in California.
There's a few. We have a few.
The answer is yes, there certainly are.
AB 1540 will establish the Augustinolophus morrissey as the official state dinosaur of California.
Indeed, California.
And Chipino soup. Yes, indeed, Kennedy from San Francisco. Yeah. Yeah.
Is a hotbed of paleontology in general.
Yep.
I think the only reason it's not usually recognized as such is that there are just so many other noteworthy things going on in the state. But from the famed La Brea tar pits to the ancient whales of Santa Cruz to the great sea dragons of the Central Valley, interesting and important fossils abound in California. Many of those are housed in the state's museums, but still more specimens are just waiting to be dug up by those with the skills, the knowledge, and the permits to do so. So if you were wondering what this move means for paleontologizing, well, I can assure you it's good. It's going to mean more videos, more often, and more cool locations on a greater variety of topics. I've got some big plans for the future, so stay tuned.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm Danny Anduza, and
terrible audio.
Keep on paleontologizing.
Terrible audio.
California, here I come, right back where I started from. bowers of flowers bloom in the sun. Each morning at dawning birdies sing and everything a sun kiss miss said. Don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate, California. Here I come.
Hey there. This is Pope. And that's that. Here. Here's a link to that video. One more before we jump to Twitch. You should end today's stream with keep on paleontologizing for old time's sake. You know what? Should I bring that back, Real Men Grow Beards? Do you like that idea? Beards and everybody else? Should we bring back that corny catchphrase? Because I could do that. You love that, Lenina? Yes? Murph! Thank you for the 4 gift subs. Thank you, Murph. Bringing us to a solid 300! 300 gift subs right there. Thank you for the 4 there, Murph. Murph knows what he's doing. Thank you for those 4 gift subs, Murph. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah, okay, I can try to remember to do that. I'll sign off with the keep on paleontologizing tag. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, anyway, here was an update. This is just before, this is like 6 months before I discovered Twitch. Back to the beginning. This is when I was still on YouTube, still trying to make it on that platform. I'd never heard of Twitch.
Wow.
By this point.
Look at that.
Redwoods. These aren't even particularly tall redwoods. These are in San Francisco.
Wow.
It does look like Endor, doesn't
Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza. And despite what it might look like right now, I'm not coming to you from some Jurassic forest.
I appreciate that, Spartan.
This is a redwood grove that is within the city limits of one of California's largest metropolises. Can you guess where it is?
It's not in Muir Woods.
Alright. Let me give you a hint. See if this helps at all.
This is like a 20-minute walk from that redwood grove.
That's right. SF, the Baghdad of the Bay, Paris of the West, old, shaky, foggy town, or as we locals simply call it, the city.
Yeah. More Shannon and the Clams music here. Love that band.
I work here now. It's kind of a long story. So this past summer, I was brought on as a special instructor at a summer science camp.
And sorry about the audio quality. I didn't quite know how to mix audio at the time, you know? Ugh.
I taught the class on dinosaurs, and it was a smashing success. It went really well. The kids were super into it. I had a lot of fun. And I guess it went well enough that I actually landed a full-time teaching position because of it.
And Petrodactylus, yeah, the Ornitholestes from Walking with Dinosaurs, that's forever drilled into my noggin as well.
So, I am now a full-time preschool teacher.
Yeah, because after I got my teaching job.
It's a job that actually works really well for me. Not just because I enjoy working with kids, but because I'm able to bring a lot of science content into it as well.
And Kennedy says, even the fortune cookie was invented in California. It was invented in San Francisco. I went on a field trip to that spot in Chinatown where it was first invented. Oddly enough, I think it was actually invented by a Japanese businessman, even though it's associated with Chinese food. But yeah, it's funny how these things work sometimes.
So it's kind of slowly but surely turning into a dinosaur class. It's been a lot of fun. And also the pay is excellent, and the benefits are stellar.
And the pay was excellent at the time. This is by Montana standards. I was making like $26 an hour teaching, which I thought was incredible because the most I'd ever been paid as a paleontologist was $10 an hour. $26 an hour might have been low for San Francisco at the time, but as frugal as I was back then, and still am, if we're being honest, still very frugal. You can stretch that very far, you know?
So I'm pretty happy. And while it is a full-time gig...
And thank you, Valiant Cheese. I appreciate that. Thank you, Valiant Cheese.
Science, or secondarily for these videos.
And Feral Yoshi, thank you, Kleber, for reposting this from Feral Yoshi, who says, I wanted to let you know that you've inspired me to go out and take pictures of birds all the time now. My husband brought me to a wildlife refuge last night to capture photos, and we just got back from the lake where I got a shot of a robin. Very cool. That's awesome, Feral Yoshi. That's the whole point of Thursday Birds Day. Oh, man, that makes me happy. I'm so glad that you're discovering the wonder of modern theropod dinosaurs. Photographing them. Birds are tricky to photograph. They move pretty fast. They can be pretty small. It takes skill and patience and foresight to be able to photograph one well. You know, I think it's actually much more difficult. You know, people talk about, you know, hunters being very skilled, like shooting a bird with a rifle. I think it takes a lot more skill to get a really good photograph of a bird than to fire a piece of lead at it through a metal tube and kill it. The real skill is in photography there. Anyway, sounds like you're doing cool stuff, Feral Yoshi, and I'm honored to be part of the inspiration for that. So, pretty cool. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, my partner loves photographing animals as well, including birds. I love how into it he is. You know, for any guys watching, you should know. I've been told this by many a lady friend. It's an attractive quality when you're, like, into something. When you've got a hobby, when you've got a passion, when you've got something that you're enthusiastic about, you know? It's something that ladies look for. Ladies and all kinds of people, honestly. Don't have to make it super gendered like that. But yeah. Yeah. Petrodactylus is lol. It's so true. It is. It really is. Oh boy. Back when I lived in Montana, and shoot, when I moved back to California too, I don't know, I was on a few dating apps, and like, it was kind of my signature move, is like, hey, you know, you seem pretty cool. We just matched on this app. Do you want to go on a special VIP tour of the Dinosaur Museum with me? Would you like that? Gals like that. People like that in general. Something to be aware of. Some good advice I'm giving to you for free here. So take heed. Anyway, yeah.
And also the pay is excellent, and the benefits...
Sogan Bear says, I'm married.
So I'm
good for
pretty
you, Sogan.
And while it is
Happy
a full-time gig, I'm not going to have a tremendous amount of time for my science or secondarily for these videos. It's still a really good place to be, and I like it a lot. I've had a lot of other things going on, too.
Yeah, fieldwork in 2018 out in Montana. This Dilophosaurus in San Francisco.
I've got some field work that I'll be updating you on soon.
Now there's Tanner Frank. I just saw him on Sunday. We were collecting fossil fishes from the Cenozoic of Nevada.
And I recently built a 3D printer as well, and I have been putting that to good use.
Oh boy, this is the beginning of the 3D printer back in 2019. Yeah. That Erlikosaurus skull? Oh, yeah.
So stay tuned. There's a lot of exciting things in the works.
Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link to that video, too. It was not too long after that I met Lordy and Ios, and I was first really introduced to Twitch.tv. This was in the year 2020. Coronavirus had seized the world in its viral claws, in its spike-proteined claws. I met Ios and Lordy just before the COVID lockdown started, back in March of 2020. I'd never really heard of Twitch before. But Ios worked for Twitch at the time, as she still does. And she introduced me to this platform. I guess maybe I probably heard the name before, but I thought, yeah, it's one of those things like Vine or Snapchat, you know, it's what the kids are into. I just kind of ignored it. But she showed me this platform, and I realized that maybe there's something to this. The culture around Twitch is really what makes it unique. That's the secret sauce. It's the culture around Twitch, the people, the attitude, the vibes. Especially like the moderator culture. You've got these wonderful people called moderators who make sure to keep everything the way it should be in any particular channel. It's that human touch that makes Twitch special. People like Claire Burr and Lenina and Mayor of Space, they're the ones who make this community what it is. Mayor of Space says, dadgum kids these days with their video games, their Game Boys and their pagers. See what I'm talking about, chat? So yes, praise the mods indeed, Gravity. Anyway, I first met Ios from twitch.tv/Ios. Can we get a shout out for Ios? And I was agog seeing this platform for the first time. She showed me all of these cool channels. She showed me Wild Earth back when they were still on Twitch. She showed me KCTron. She showed me Hasanabi. She showed me Cardboard Cowboy. And it's like, holy cow, people are doing all kinds of cool stuff on this platform. I kind of assumed it was just a video game thing, but like there's the potential for doing other stuff. And I asked her, Ios, is there anybody who's doing science outreach on this platform? Is there anybody at all doing science? And she said, I don't know, I don't think so. She goes, you should try it. And I said, okay. I will. You could hear it from her. She could tell you sometime. She didn't think I was gonna do it. Talk is cheap, you know? She was a little surprised when I started getting the gear together and downloading OBS and figuring out how it worked and watching tutorials online and everything, and it was on May 7th, 2020 that I first started streaming. On this very day, 4 years ago. I was teaching at the time, doing outdoor ed in San Francisco, and then I believe it was March 13th. Hang on. Knife Clan. Thank you, Knife Clan. Or 16 months ago. Knife Clan.
Nice t-shirt, Tux Paleoscience shape.
Thank you, Knife Clan. Yeah. Pretty realistic t-shirt tucks, right? Right, Knife Clan? Yeah. Thank you for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate it, Knife Clan. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. Appreciate you. A day that shall live on in infamy. Yes. May 7th, 2020. A day that shall live in infamy. Airspace, yeah. Yeah. The platform of Twitch was suddenly and deliberately attacked by Paleontologizing. You dropped on the... there you go, Airspace. Okay. Yeah. And Groovepunk says, wow, I didn't know that 007 himself is actually doing science. Well, Groovepunk, you might not be aware, but there's actually a connection between James Bond and dinosaurs. Wow. Here, take a look. Anybody remember this? Any birders in the chat? That's a golden-eyed duck right there. You get it? You get it? Yeah. I made that. Yeah, you never knew of this duck, the golden-eyed duck? Well, shoot. They'll get you. Thank you, Sega4635, for the gift sub. I appreciate that, Sega. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to that video. It's on the YouTube channel, too. There you go. Ian Fleming based James Bond on Christopher Lee, on Count Dooku himself, Mayor of Space, and Count Dracula. Who was a real-life spy in North Africa in and following World War II. Interesting, Mayor of Space. Christopher Lee, the actor? Really? Cool. Christopher Lee is your favorite James Bond, Lenina? That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Wow. Oh, hang on. I was getting him mixed up with, shoot, for a second I was getting him mixed up with the other venerable British actor who played Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars. What's his name? Not Christopher Reeves, no. Christopher Reeves is, of course, most... Oh, Peter Cushing, thank you, Sogan Bear. Yes, Claire Burr, yeah. Jody Fish, yeah. Christopher Reeves is, of course, most famous for this. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, and I could make a point of specifying an HP LaserJet.
Yeah, don't mince words either.
No, not the commercials.
LaserJet printer.
There we go.
This is a balloon in New York's Thanksgiving Day Parade, which begins every year right outside this building. And every year, almost 1 million people come into the building, the American Museum of Natural History, to look up and to wonder at this and other magnificent animals. I can remember the first time I saw this giant collection of bones. I came here with my family when I was about 5, and I can remember bringing them to life in my imagination.
Oh, this is Phil Tippett bringing it
For
to
this
life.
first time ever look at a world aesthetically recreated especially for this program. The world of the dinosaur.
Christopher Reeves, dinosaur documentary host. Yeah. Good stuff. You don't... Hang on. Mayor Space says you don't hear the video? Is the audio not working? What's going on with this? You hear it? Okay, okay. Anyway, if you just Google Christopher Reeve dinosaurs, you'll find it. This one might be mono, so sorry, Mayor Space. Maybe you're using a... Casey Snowart? Thank you for the raid.
Casey Snowart and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Casey Snowart. Back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us, Casey Snowart. Really appreciate that. And, Talia, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. If anybody's here for the very first time, and there will be some new people, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Well, thank you, Just Make Art. Thank you for the kind words and for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I stream fossil science usually 5 days a week here on Twitch. Although in less than a month, in like 3 weeks, I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming, and hopefully streaming more than 5 days a week, showing you what it's like to actually dig up dinosaurs in the field. Like I did last year. We're going to be doing even more of that this year, and I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. In case of snow, take this sword. It's dangerous to go alone. Siren Night Sparrow. I like your name. And I like your raid message. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Today, I promise I don't normally dress like this. We paleontologists are not normally this formally attired. Today happens to be my 4-year streamiversary here on Twitch. And so we are celebrating today. And let's do that little musical number again real quick, shall we? There we go. Well, well, well. Thank you for the raid, Casey Snowart. And welcome to our 4th Streamiversary Spectacular here. Glad you could make it. And Dark Era New Vegas was also just followed. No, hang on. That was Talia who followed.
Look at all those chickens.
Dark Era New Vegas for following too. And Mikey Likes, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah.
STREAMAVERSARY.
Thank you, MIKEYLIKES_1T for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. No Jeff Goldblum? Question mark asks Dark Era New Vegas, sounding disappointed. Well, here you go.
Dinosaurs. These creatures once roamed Bureau of Land Management public land in Colorado, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. Hi, this is Jeff Goldblum. I'm in Jurassic Park, and if you and your family want to learn more about dinosaurs and where you can see them, contact the nearest Bureau of Land Management office. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Yeah. Oh, or if you'd like to learn more about dinosaurs, you can continue watching this stream. Good to have you here. Including you, Dark Era New Vegas. Welcome, welcome. Casey Snowart, I hope you had a phenomenal stream. I hope it was really excellent. Casey Snowart's become a wonderful member of this community, and we're lucky to have her here. So, Casey, welcome back. If you have to raid and run, no hard feelings. Shoot, I know your streams are pretty involved sometimes, doing all kinds of artwork. But if anybody watching right now would like to be able to watch a talented artist ply her trade and maybe learn some secrets from her, go follow Casey Snowart right now if you're not yet doing so. Her streams are interactive beyond just the normal way that Twitch streams are interactive, where you can type into the chat. You can draw alongside Casey Snowart and practice, and it's always a good time. I wish I had more time to spend in Casey Snowart's stream. Casey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. But yeah. And Johnny Autonomous says, I like art, with a Bob Ross emote there. Go follow Casey Snowart, Johnny Autonomous. What are you waiting for? Casey says stream was good. Impromptu comic page work on a webcomic I'm making featuring African animals. Drew elephants. Ooh, some proboscidean mammals. Very cool, Casey Snowart. Some Afrotherians. Very cool. Yeah. And she'll be live tomorrow. Come hang out with us. I'd like to, Talia. I'd like to. I'm sure that goes out to everybody else in chat, too. Go hang out with Casey Snowart. Lenina says, her streams are pretty chill. I lurk there when I can. Some high praise from Lenina there. Thank you, Lenina. We are going over some paleontologizing lore today. In honor of 4 years of paleontologizing streams, I already went over the origins of paleontologizing, not on Twitch, but on YouTube, actually. But it was in the year 2020, with the descent of the coronavirus, the novel coronavirus, that I started streaming here on Twitch. So let's go ahead and find one of our oldest VODs here, and let's take a look. The oldest one that we have on YouTube is here from June 30th. It was on this very day, May 7th, 2020, that I first started streaming. And hang on, do I have any of these? There's a chance I have some older recordings right here on my hard drive. Let's see, Streamiversary. Nope, not there. Okay, I guess we'll go to these. This is more than a month after I first started streaming, but here. Take a look at this. It is a time capsule, Talia. It is a time capsule. There we go. It's before I had a starting soon screen or any of that stuff. Back in my old apartment.
Technical difficulties. We'll get through this.
Live broadcast, of course.
Let's see. Are you still there, chat? Not seeing anything yet.
This is me back in June of 2020.
0 viewers on here.
And baby, Danny, what do you mean? This is only a couple years. This is only 4 years ago. And that, yeah, the rotating skull. I got rid of that command, Mayor of Space.
Back. Okay.
But Mayor of Space was here from the very beginning. I think it was my earliest, one of my earliest moderators was Mayor of Space.
Better? Excellent. Thank you for the feedback, Ios. Glad you're looking out for me.
And Ios is there in the chat too.
Yeah, hope you've been, yeah, few is right.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Oh, and it looks like somebody maybe just followed. Things being buggy again. Dr. WD40 followed me. Hey, thank you so much for the follow.
Dr. WD40.
Yeah.
We get a shout out for Dr. WD40 who still
I like the
still
emote
streams
overlay.
here on Twitch.
Nice. Hey, Dr. WD40. We did not see the follow animation. I didn't see it either. I think that's probably a problem with Streamlabs.
This is before I switched to Stream Elements.
Yeah, the emote thing's pretty cool. Yeah, because the sound is running through Streamlabs, and the image should be coming up too, and it's not.
This is not interesting. Let's
Up the
continue.
stream today. I'm still teaching for the rest of this week. So today's stream and tomorrow and Thursday's stream are going to be, not super involved or anything, but I've got a lot of really cool stuff planned for for when I don't have to teach and I can spend a little bit more time in preparation for these streams. But today we're going to.
So yeah, this is while I was still teaching full time, and I used to stream 2 or 3 times. I think it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday night, or maybe it was Monday, Wednesday, Thursday night. It was something like that. Maybe it was just Tuesday, Thursdays. I forget. But I was not yet at 5 days a week back then. I was still teaching full time.
Be looking at some dinosaur news.
And TKF Discovery, exactly, Uncle Bill Druin. Yeah,
There's some pretty cool
you just
items
witnessed that, Uncle Bill.
Just today.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited to talk about that. Let's see, what else are we going to be doing?
And I still had the mic not properly oriented, and like this part kept covering my face. This is my old apartment that I just moved away from back in December.
We're going to look at some dinosaurs of the day, dinosaur in parentheses. Hey, Mayor Space is here too. And no plans for field stuff, unfortunately, Dr. WD40. Coronavirus has really put the kibosh on all that for the season. So, yeah, I'll be doing some simulated field work here on stream, probably in a few weeks.
Simulated fieldwork. What could I possibly mean by that?
But I'll tell you more about that later. I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to be climbing up the walls for the next couple months, because normally I'd be out in the field all summer.
Yep.
But not so this year. It'll be the first summer since 2010 that I've not done field work, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't know. So it goes. Coronavirus is.
Mayor Space says it means digging for plastic dinosaurs in a sandbox. It did not mean that, Mayor Space.
It's no fun.
I
know, right? Yeah. But yeah, anywho.
Lockdown
anyway,
educators.
I guess
there you go, Bill Drew.
So
Yeah,
what I
Uncle
talked
Bill.
about
Yep.
was talking
Yep.
about what I'm going to be doing today, and I said dinosaur news, dinosaurs of the day. What else? We're going to be probably doing a little bit of sculpting. I got to figure out what dinosaur I want to sculpt, and then after that, actually somewhere mixed in there, we might actually do some looking at some real fossils too. I've got some microfossils that we could pick through under my USB microscope. So if that sounds interesting to you, let me know in chat.
Anywho,
so
right
anytime
here.
you see like a Tyrannosaurus and a Stegosaurus fighting in a movie or a drawing or a comic.
What happened to the lava lamp? I still have it, Zesty Fungi. I just don't always have it here. I've not had it up since I moved to this new place.
Storing dinosaur skulls in tortilla bags. Oh yeah, you bet, Dr. WD40. Spared no expense. Actually, quite the opposite. I think you just didn't read it. Thank you, Ios. I appreciate that. You're looking out for me.
Lava lamp lore. Yeah, you'll see it again.
Got my overhead camera.
Well, shoot, this is when I was first assembling the skull of our juvenile Tyrannosaurus.
And ooh, it's all wonky. Let me adjust this. Do some fiddling with this earlier.
Back then, I had a bamboo pole, basically, with a camera, you know, I had a webcam affixed to it with masking tape, and that was my overhead camera. Today, you know, we've got this wonderful thing with an articulating arm and a manual focus on here. Didn't used to be like that. Used to be far less sophisticated. How far we've come. But yeah, same keyboard though for now.
Yeah, it's all the different components of this baby Tyrannosaurus skull that I 3D
The
printed.
webcam was made out of coconuts and palm
this is
fronds.
based
Yeah,
on
my good friend Gilligan
a
helped me
specimen
put
I
that
helped dig up
together.
back in
And the
2013,
professor,
2014.
from
We called it
Aerospace.
Chomper Rex. Actually, that's what the specimen was called before we even realized it was a Tyrannosaurus. When it was first dug up, the first parts of it, before we went back to get the rest, I actually thought it was an alligator, because nobody had ever found a baby T-Rex before. Nobody knew what one would look like, so yeah. Paleontologizing talks like Dr. Alan Grant from Jurassic Park, but dresses like Dr. Ian Malcolm with the shirt unbuttoned. Oh, Chopper, it's pretty warm here in the Bay Area, and I don't know. My dad always taught me, like, from the time I was really little, he's like, because sometimes when I was a little kid, I'd have my shirts buttoned up to here, and he'd go like, Mijo, don't do that. No, you don't want to look like a nerd or something. Like, unbutton those buttons. Okay, Dad. He raised me well. Let's see. I'm just going to kind of piece this together for you real quick so you can see what we're going to be working on next week, too. I want to paint a lot of these pieces individually so that they look a little bit...
Claro que sí.
I don't know.
Mr. Juniors, claro que sí.
I do like this nice kind of chocolate brown. A lot of the fossils that we find in the Hell Creek are, you know, tinged in this color, but I want to give them a little bit more definition so they're not just flat brown. How often do paleontologists say the spared no expense line? Most, probably never, but I don't know.
Those are quality
I've got,
questions.
John Hammond on the brain because I was using some audio clips from Jurassic Park as my different like notification sounds on here.
Anyway, it's fun to watch these streams from way back in the day.
Pretty interesting.
When I was just getting started.
Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Nice. Well, I'm excited about this.
Yeah.
Showed up.
I think this was Alessandro Chiarenza, you know, a colleague of mine who published this.
Dinosaurs wiped out by asteroid, not volcanoes, researchers say.
And Clever, this one was, it's already on YouTube. Don't worry
and I
about
thought,
it,
oh,
Claire.
interesting, cool. I mean, that the consensus among most vertebrate paleontologists is like, yeah, it was the asteroid that did in the dinosaurs 66
It remains
years
true
ago.
today.
There's a very vocal minority of paleontologists and geochronologists and geologists who think it was volcanism, like ancient volcanoes in India, that caused the end Cretaceous mass extinction. But the consensus seems to be building further and further that it really was that bolide impact that did it.
There you go. Siren
this is
Knight,
what
yeah.
the intro bio textbook.
Siren Knight.
Oh, good. Okay, nice. They're up to date then. That's good to hear. Anyway, so I thought, oh yeah, you know, this jives with what I've seen in the field because I've worked in these rocks too. Ones that correspond to this time, the very end of the Cretaceous period. And
That's what the necklace is right there,
the
chat.
extinction is so
Which is weird not wearing today. I've
like,
got a bow tie
you know,
instead.
it being a gradual thing due to volcanic gases and stuff like that, and ash doesn't make a great deal of sense. So I don't know. I was pretty amenable to hearing this when I first saw the article, and then I scrolled down, and what name did I see? But Alessandro Chiarenza, who is actually a friend of mine. I did fieldwork with him back in 2011. Anyway, let's see. Let's see if we can find the original paper.
Anywho, let's scoot forward a bit. Let's get to the actual...
It's got a skull this big. It's got a much more like boxy looking skull than the Velociraptor does.
And it's so shiny back
Velociraptor's
then.
Still up there. I can also show you. Set this right here.
Extinction Code. Never heard of that, Dark Era. No.
There you go. Let's see. Been saying Deinonychus my whole life. Some people say Deinonychus too. My old boss says Deinonychus.
Tomato, potato. You know?
Scarier for the book. Kind of, yeah. All right. Show you these side by side. We've got Deinonychus, or Deinonychus, as Dr. WD-40 says. Also perfectly valid. Tomato, potato. Velociraptor. Pretty big size difference here. Velociraptor.
I still do this pretty often.
Mongoliensis is.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Roughly half that is tail. So it's basically it's the size of like a standard poodle.
Anyhow, and the bed in the background is the standard classic Twitch streamer setup. Zesty Fundra. Yeah, that's how it used to be for me. That's how it used to be.
Oh, Uncle Bill, people know you're around here, it sounds like. You missed it, though. It looks like it had an almost
Uncle Bill?
T-Rex-type dinosaur curled up. Alert spoiled. Nice. He's from everyone's community. Oh, Uncle Bill, people know you're around here, it sounds like.
Uncle Bill Druin.
You missed it, though. It looks like it had an almost entire T-Rex.
Well.
Well, the impression on top.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. So Uncle Bill is a huge part of the Knowledge Fellowship here on Twitch.
Yeah,
so respect.
Clearly had a
credit where it's due.
Legs and little
big
arms,
paleo salute to Uncle Bill Druin
Riverbed
here.
in Kentucky.
Let's get some Uncle Bill Druin salutes here in the chat. Uncle Bill, it's great to see you.
I wonder if it was a lizard fossil. Mesozoic fossils aren't well known from Kentucky,
Appreciate
as far
it.
as I know.
It's been a long time.
So I doubt
it's
it
been
was
a long time.
Dinosaur.
Come a long way since then.
Could be a bird. Could be a lizard. I wish I could take a look at it. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Hope he gets around, but in good ways. It's good to hear. Yeah. So one of a kind, and it should have been in a museum. Yeah. It's where
I remember these. Just back when I was starting off streaming like this.
In a museum.
It was.
I had a. That's something to get for the soundboard. Yeah.
There was so much possibility. There was so many cool things that could happen. Like the future was bright and wide open at the time, and it remains so.
Look at it, but I think you vacuumed it up. Oh no.
I remember how fun it was to
cool story, though. I'm glad
do these very early streams like this.
Anyway, we keep getting so distracted with all the cool stuff going around here. Let's get back to our.
Little did I know that I'd still be doing this 4 years later.
Talk a little bit about soaring.
You know, and streaming live from the field, interviewing other paleontologists, doing paleontological research live on stream.
Maybe even sooner, but we're gonna.
I was kind of hoping I'd do some of this stuff, but man,
the Twitch distraction central. Feels like I have some sort of attention deficit thing every time I'm on here. Just so many things going on, just constant stimulus all the time. Anyway, back to this.
New skills and strategies to match your new niche as you rise from the bottom.
And Mayor Space, I know exactly the Calvin and Hobbes strip that you're talking about. That was my favorite one as a kid. Calvin and Hobbes. Deinonychus. This is before Jurassic Park, and it was before Velociraptor was a household name. Deinonychus was the dromaeosaur that everybody knew back then. The most well-known of the dromaeosaurs. Deinonychus actually was the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park. It's kind of a long story. But, yeah. The Velociraptors from Jurassic Park are not actually Velociraptor. They're Deinonychus. And those guys are up here, too, for today's stream. Yeah. Anyway. Bill Watterson, visionary that he was, didn't realize that they had feathers back then. Nobody really did. Except for people like Bob Bacher, or Jack Horner, and John Ostrom. But yeah. It's some excellent paleo art for its time. It was ahead of its time, Aerospace, yeah. You bet. Yeah. And Uncle Bill, speaking of the Knowledge Fellowship, says, in all fairness, Dr. WD-40 started the cart rolling. Rocket Sage bolted like a prize Mustang, and I just got dragged along for the ride. Your modesty is, I think, indicative of your virtue, Uncle Bill. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure you did have a prime role in getting the Knowledge Fellowship started. And thank you for doing that, Uncle Bill. It's good stuff. And everybody on Twitch who does something educational, who does something to try and make the world a better place in terms of teaching others, we all owe a debt of gratitude to the Knowledge Fellowship. So thank you, Uncle Bill, for everything that you've done. I appreciate you. This is good stuff here, Mirror Space. You're right. Thanks for bringing that up.
Other creatures will react to your growth.
And at this point, I was still streaming on
Pay respects. Okay.
on
I
a
know about
desktop
that.
computer
It's
that
like
could
one
not
of those
handle
first-person
Saurian.
shooter games, right? And crocodiles are so weird.
So it would be later that I actually started streaming that game.
To be able to for which dinosaur I should sculpt. I should explain I'm doing a project right now. This is for publication sometime the next year, hopefully.
Oh, that didn't happen. Oh boy.
It doesn't take too long. We're going to be estimating the masses of different dinosaurs, trying to figure out how much different dinosaurs weighed.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. That's still not even anywhere close to publication.
Really excellent.
Ignore that. Ignore that.
Ankylosaurus.
And thank you, Hannies. I appreciate that. The Streamiversary wishes. Thank you, Hannies. Yeah. I think I was having some sculptress issues this day, and so...
Is Photoshop gonna work? No, it is gonna work. Okay. Neat dandy. Draw pad and stylus. Another navy. Stylus. Arm.
Am I gonna pick some matrix here? Look at some microfossils? No. It was sculpting.
Right, we're gonna make the body first of all. And this program is called Sculptress. It's a really neat, actually freeware program. It's made by Pixelogic, which is the same company that makes.
I'm working on the Spinosaur paper, Real Men Grow Beards.
But what I like to say is that ZBrush is if ZBrush is like Photoshop.
And Salamander, I've done this. I did this a few months ago. I was sculpting an Abelisaur, Rajasaurus, or Majungasaurus.
Not a lot of features, but if you know what you're doing, you get a lot done with it. That might not actually be true of Microsoft Paint, but whatever.
Anyhow, sculpting an Ankylosaur here.
Mammalian stomach, but more muscular. In a really good way. All right. Do that out. An adaptation for being able to.
I don't know if I ever actually finished this one, but
an
I made some
adaptation
decent
for
progress.
being able to swing from side to side and inflict lots of damage. And that tail is still looking a little long, but I think it might be because I have my hind legs too far.
And you
forward.
missed it. This is way back in.
Pull those back.
This one's back in 2020, Salamander.
Seems to help.
But I was doing that back in January, I think.
It does make it look better.
The Abelisaur sculpt. I'll do more of these. Maybe we'll even do a Utah Raptor soon. I can print that for Jim Kirkland before we do the Utah Raptor block thing.
So I'm gonna grab that.
Maybe we'll do a day of sculpting in the next few weeks.
Right about.
We'll see.
About there.
Yeah. And Texas Cryptid says, don't you have one you sculpted in the background today? I do indeed. Our Trirarchuncus here is a dinosaur that I sculpted from scratch and then 3D printed. This was, the first dinosaur that I ever published on in the scientific literature. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. This is Fowler et al. 2020. Trirarchuncus. One of my favorite dinosaurs because, well, shoot, I'm one of the authors on the paper. I was there in the field in 2015 when Jack Wilson found the manual ungule, the thumb claw of this critter that kind of led to us being able to publish this as a new dinosaur. But yeah, I sculpted this live on stream, and I bet you I can find that video too. Let's wrap up this first one. before that.
It's been so awesome. I'm so happy to have so many new subscribers, got new people here in chat, new people joining the community. This has been so neat. And, oh, it's only going to get better from here. Holy cow. A new streaming computer. I'll have plenty of time to work on all kinds of different
Gravity.
things.
Oh, nope.
Gonna be
No
building a
disrespect to
life-size
Microsoft
baby
Paint.
Tyrannosaurus skeleton.
I still use it
Put up there.
sometimes.
Gonna be doing games, gonna be discussing research, I'm gonna be doing research on stream. Maybe some Zoom calls with fellow paleontologists, like answering questions in chat and that kind of thing. It's gonna be neat. So
yeah.
Well, I'm glad it's been fun to watch, Malaysia. Thank you. Wait like 2 minutes, please? Okay, I can do that. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Who is that?
Thanks for the awesome stream. Thank you for the awesome modding, Lordy. I appreciate it.
Yeah. This is the earliest stream that I have up on YouTube.
So I can wait another 2 minutes. We're gonna figure out.
One of the pieces of advice that I always try to give to new streamers when anybody asks me, how do I succeed on Twitch? I say, enable VODs. For whatever reason, that's not a default setting. You have to turn VODs on. And like, you will want record of your first stream. I don't have video for my first stream. It doesn't exist. Because by default, VODs are turned off. So you found that out the hard way? Yeah, Lenina, yeah. That really should be something that new streamers should be notified of, but... And my first Saurian stream is non-existent? Yeah, Lenina. My first few streams are non-existent. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, here, let's do a search here for Trirarchuncus. Sculpting a Trirarchuncus. Yep. Let's get to the sculpting part.
No longer supported by the people who
This is
produced
from
it.
last February, but
This
whatever.
is the best sculpting software I have ever used. So this is made by the same company, Pixelogic, which makes ZBrush, and ZBrush is like the professional.
No expense.
And Green Minstrel, thank you for the gift sub there.
Sub to Space Gothmon.
Appreciate that very much, Green Minstrel. Thank you, thank you.
Sculpting software.
Caterpiggle says, is this the physics model of the Trirarchuncus? Yeah, a perfectly spherical dinosaur moving in a vacuum. This is how physicists study dinosaurs.
Concept artists and, CG artists and all kinds of people who do, like, digital sculpting, they use ZBrush. Think of ZBrush kind of like Photoshop,
Hey,
Super
Regadactylus, how you
feature-dense,
doing?
Very
Welcome.
feature-rich. It's got a million zillion different, tools and features and everything else. But there's a big learning curve, and it's complicated. If ZBrush is Photoshop, then Sculptress here is Microsoft Paint.
Which is, I think,
very stripped
superior.
down,
Easier to
very
learn.
simple, and it's got everything I need for doing some quick sculpting and producing some really neat stuff. So yeah, how hard is it?
So yeah, you take that sphere, you mold it and shape it. As I started to do here.
No, this is not necessarily going to be so much a scientific, it's not going to be a very rigorously scientific reconstruction. I'm making something as a display piece, and so I'm going to
just got to get the
emphasize
idea
a few of
across.
the features, like those
Slightly
huge,
caricaturized.
thumb claws there. So yeah.
Hey, sweetie pie. How you doing?
But yeah. And Vectorius, I could have done a Simpsons clip for that Drinky Bird, but maybe next time. We'll see.
Anyway, sculpting this critter.
And it's
doing more and more of that.
You've got to go back and edit it according to what the editors say. I've got to try and use those legs.
Oh, come on, YouTube.
Able
Be
to
so
pronounce
slow.
it. Let's find one of those. Bring that in a bit, shall we?
Anyway, it's a lot of work to sculpt a
There we go.
dinosaur. But,
Effort.
we had a lot of fun with that.
But that's... here. angular when you're looking at it head
You
on.
remember that stream, Jody Fish?
That's kind of what we
Yeah.
want.
Anybody see their names? There's
Let's-
Lenina there in
let's
the
use a different
chat.
material here. That's a little too dark. It's a little too red.
How you doing, sweetie pie? Hello, hello.
It's the last one. Yeah. Just before the asteroid hit. You know, I don't know. Some people are just very fortunate, I guess. Decals on my field vehicles that I've had over the years. Let's see if I can pick some of. Where are those?
Speedy pie in front of the camera.
Digital art. Decals. Yeah.
Main for image edit. Nice, Gravity. Yeah, I use Photoshop as well.
I wonder if these are going to show up properly.
And these are
right
some of the
here.
decals that I used to sell in order to make a living back when I lived
yeah.
in Montana.
Yeah. They would get bought up faster than I could make them. I don't think I ever sold these, but here's a design I made for myself, for my own field vehicle. Yeah, that's a fun one. And, Styracosaur. Oh, very nice, Mr. Ictian. Very, very cool. She went to the museum this weekend. She went to MOR. Very
You buy
cool.
all of these, Salamander?
Coelacanth. This is a fun one. Yeah.
I have a
Hang
shirt
in
with this,
there
too.
with the Coelacanth. And then...
And Mayor Space. You can still get...
I've got a few.
You can still get, shall I say, buccaneered versions? Privateered versions of Photoshop? That's what I use. Photoshop 2019. Because, yeah, I don't have the budget to pay for that kind of thing, but yeah.
Geology Fist. I had this one in my car, too.
There you go, Racodactylus. Yes.
And
Yar.
this might be... Oh, here's another one. It's actually modeled after my ex-girlfriend. An ex-girlfriend. But it's like a mud flap girl. but
Oh,
she's a
goodness.
paleontologist. I don't know if it's that funny, but yeah. Anyway, but here's maybe my favorite one. Right here. It's
Yeah.
like difficult to... Here, I can scoot it across like this. But it's a succession of life on Earth. You know, multicellular vertebrate life, you know? And it goes all the way back from Picaya, right here, up through jawless fishes, jawed fishes like Panderichthes, kind of fishopods like Tiktaalik, into basal amniotes like Hylonomus, into basal synapsids, and then proto-mammals, and then true mammals, proto-primates, true primates,
and salamander,
hominids, and then, of course, a descent into paleontologists at the end, and that's me right there. Oh, well, yeah. That's, I had this one on, I think, both of my field vehicles that I had over the years. I'd like to do another one and put it on my car, but if I'm driving through Utah or Wyoming, people might get mad. I don't know. People are afraid of the idea of evolution in certain places.
Yeah. Me nowadays driving a Prius with a sticker like this on the back, you know, I might get shot at. But anyway, let's take a look at some older streams. Let's go to oldest here. Let's go to, say, July 21st. This is after I'd already had the starting soon screen and all that. Yeah.
Ready to do some paleontologizing?
No closed captions on this for whatever reason.
Hey there, Ios. Hi, Lordy. How you doing? And, Matt M33. Hey, good to see you.
Madam 33 was already here at this
Glad
point.
you're back.
In July of 2020. Holy cow, Madam 33.
Content this afternoon.
Excellent.
Anyway, how's everybody doing? Ios and Lordy, how are you? Matt M33, Adam all together? Tell me how you're doing. And Mayor Space is here too. Hey, good to see you. Awesome.
Yeah, there's Sweetie Pie.
Congrats, PaleoBot Works. Oh, you mean on the Discord there? Yeah. Hey, Mayor Space.
Mayor Space too. Right there from the very beginning.
Got a cool
pretty
stream
impressive,
planned
Mayor
this
Space.
afternoon.
Pretty impressive.
It's gonna be a little bit low key. But I've got a few things to talk about for sure. It's a few bits of fossil news and then a couple of
Yeah. So got into some cool stuff on this one. You know, it's neat to revisit these old streams from like almost 4 years ago. And shoot, I guess I'd already had my first welcome video completed by this point.
Focuses on dinosaurs. I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology.
Yeah.
These bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had.
Reptiles owned the skies, the land, and the sea. And the
Yogurt
greatest of
Garrel.
all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Exactly 3 years ago, I was raided into your first anniversary stream, and it literally changed my life.
Yogurt Garrel.
Thank you so much for Psychum and congrats on 4 years, Danny.
Thank you, Yogurt Garrel. That means a tremendous amount to me. It really, really does. Thank you for your ongoing support, for your kind words, and for everything you've done for this community and for science outreach here on Twitch in general. For those of you who don't know, Yogurt Garrel was the one who filmed our science panel at TwitchCon last year. All of this was filmed by Yogurt Garrel. That's the reason why we have this preserved for posterity, was because of Yogurt Garrel. So thank you, Yogurt Garrel, for that. Let's get a shout out for Yogurt Garrel if we haven't had that yet.
You know, maybe they're just not around the right people, and yeah, I think it's so important to have communities where people.
Anyway, with any luck, we'll have another one of these this next year at TwitchCon.
Interaction with chat and stuff. So
Exciting stuff. Anyway, appreciate you, Yogurt Garrel. If you like Tetris, and I like Tetris, you should go follow Yogurt Garrel. She does Tetris on her stream, but also does something called The Walking Dead, which I assume is about fossilized trackways, right? Right? Mini Pie, how are you doing? Welcome, Mini Pie. How are you? Will you appear on stream today as well? Oh, look. I didn't even have to entice you with treats. There you are.
Golden has gifted a tier 1
Hello,
sub to
Mini
Volcano
Pie.
Dog. They have given 433.
And thank you, Golganak, for gifting Volcano Doc. And Volcano Doc, how are you doing? Welcome, Volcano Doc. Fellow Earth scientist here. If you're not yet following Volcano Doc, you are missing out. Mini Pie, look, we got treats for you. Yeah, look at those. And Sweetie Pie, you can come up on the desk too and fight Sweetie Pie for the treats. We can have a gladiatorial, catatorial battle. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Crunch, 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 Mini Pie. Holy moly, Spartan. Thank you, thank you. Big thank you. Big thumbs up for those 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that, Spartan. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. Holy moly, that is some generosity, and I appreciate that, Spartan. I really do. You've already given so much in today's stream. That means a lot, Spartan. It does. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. How are you doing? We've had 2 of our 3 cats on stream today. Moon Pie walked over earlier, but she didn't jump on the desk. Otherwise, we could have had a hat trick. Or, dare I say, a cat trick. All 3 cats? Yeah. You've not seen Moon Pie yet? She's a little bit more shy, Miss Capri Kel. Yeah, she's a bit more shy. Mini Pie is usually one of our most outgoing cats. Aren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Mini Pie she's a real ham. She loves to show off in front of the camera. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you having a good day so far, Mini Pie? I was brushing you earlier. We managed to get rid of some of that excess hair, but you've got so much more. Oh, it's going to my eyes. I've got a fan blowing right there because I'm not used to wearing this while I'm streaming, so I'd be prone to overheating a little bit. So I had a fan running. And it's just blowing the cat hair directly into my face. And Wood, holy moly, Wood, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I
Wood
appreciate
is
that,
getting
Wood.
serious
Thank
with those
you.
5 gift subs.
Good stuff, holy cow, Wood. Thank you, Wood. Spectacular. We are doing phenomenally well with our sub goals so far for this week. Happy 4-year streamiversary to everybody who's part of this channel. Yeah, this is, yeah. Whiskey Pack asks, are house cats descended from saber-toothed tigers? They're not, Whiskey Pack, no. They're from a... They're from a different lineage of felids. Different branch on the cat family tree. They're not part of the same lineage. Huh, Mini Pie. No, but we do have a saber-toothed cat in our background today. Look at that, right there. I'm in the process of 3D printing this right now. I actually just got done 3D printing. I need to assemble the different parts. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a bunch of cool people who just strolled in here. If anybody's not yet following Volcano Doc, you are missing out. A real-life volcanologist, a volcano scientist, who streams here on Twitch. This is not sensationalist nonsense. She goes about her daily scientific life here on this platform. At times, looking at different scientific papers, revising manuscripts, that kind of thing. If you want to see a real-life volcano scientist at work, go follow Volcano Doc right now. She is super awesome, and, well, shoot. It's Excel, it's always Excel, says Volcano Doc. Let's find your,
where everyone can...
a little blurb with you in it here.
If Yellowstone...
There we go.
So they could go outside and check it out if they're ready. No, I think I'm kind of in the same boat as Danny. It's pretty easy. Volcanoes are exploding and they're cool. That's why I like them. That's genuinely, it's pretty simple.
Volcano Doc speaking right there. Go follow her right now. If you're not yet doing so, chat. If you're not following Volcano Doc, you are missing out.
When Yellowstone erupts, not if, when, it will more than likely be a small lava flow. I can't say there wouldn't be a super big, explosive eruption. There's always that tiny chance, but more than likely, it would be very, very small, not super explosive, and I promise you that, you can't cough at Yellowstone without it being recorded. The seismometers actually
reassuring to hear.
Quiet, and you could detect tourist activity on them. So you could see that during the pandemic. They're that sensitive, and we genuinely just have your, safety That's all we want. So like we will tell you everything. Like trust me, we can't like hold stuff back. We're bad. I'm a bad secret keeper. Like I would say something. Fantastic.
So yeah, go follow Volcano Doc if you're not yet doing so. And Volcano Doc says, "Oh, thank you, dude. More importantly, congratulations." I appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you. So stoked for you to keep on being one of the biggest and best science communicators on Twitch. Thank you, Volcano Doc. We've got really, really exciting stuff planned for this summer. I'm going to be streaming for about 2 months from the field in Wyoming and later in Utah, digging up dinosaurs, digging up new species of dinosaurs. I think it might be a big deal. So, stay tuned for that, everybody. Hope to make you proud. Melissa, yeah. Super excited for that. Super excited for that. And we've got a bunch of people who just strolled in here. Should we do another little musical interlude here for our 4-year streamiversary? I love showing this off. It was so much fun putting it together. Take a look. Anyway, you get the idea. 4 years here on Twitch. And, the best is yet to come. I'm so excited for this summer. I'm so excited. And thank you, Pfizer. I appreciate that. Pfizer, we were just watching a video and you showed up in the chat here. This is from 2020, back when I was just starting out. You're in here somewhere. But Pfizer has been here from the first year on Twitch.
Just look at that. Isn't that nuts? But this really made me smile. Take a look at this. Tim Allen Fan did this while I was streaming on Friday. They did this incredibly quickly. Shows just how talented they are. Just look at that. Isn't that nuts? Yeah, one RZB? Yeah, your next RZB. Thank you for the knowledge
Good
and
stuff.
entertainment. Good night, Toyota. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, and thank
We've had actually a fair amount of pretty awesome community art, dare I say fan art, over the years. And Mayor Space, I thought about doing that, but I really didn't have enough time to prepare much for today's stream. I've got so many other things going on. I've got research abstracts I need to submit for some conferences. I've got a manuscript I need to submit for publication before I leave for the field. I've got fieldwork coming up. I've got video edits to do for a museum project upcoming. I've got packing for fieldwork and emails to write. There's so many things going on. that I just... Oh, boy. So, yeah. Anyway, let's just take a minute and take a look at some fan art from over the years. From 2020, from this stream. Right here. We've got this. Who's the user who did this?
Streaming on Friday. Tim Allen Fan did this while I was
Tim Allen
streaming
Fan
on Friday.
Was one of my most enthusiastic viewers back in the day. I haven't seen them recently. This was during COVID. They've probably got their more important things going on in life since then. But Tim Allen Fan did this. I should rename this right there so I know who to credit it to. Tim Allen Fan. There we go. Yeah. Right there. Lovely. Lovely. Not too long thereafter, I believe, we had this. And this... Well, their name is lost to time. Shoot. But very talented as well. Whimsical. Fun. Very flattered. Very flattered. And then we have this.
That belongs in a museum.
Who had done this? And this is like physical medium right here. This is like, you know, like wax on paper. What do you call that? It's not gouache. It's what's it called? I'm not gonna say crayons, but they're like professional artistic crayons. Are they pastels? I guess they are pastels, huh? Yeah, thank you, Gravity and Pattern Juggler. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Excellent. Very flattered. From Nerdy Chewy, we had this. I think most of these are from 2020. We had a lot of very, very artsy people coming into the chat back in 2020 during COVID. And again, this is physical media as well. Looks like ink on paper there. Good stuff. I had a lot of people coming in and drawing while I was streaming. We had some people sending photos of some of our more esteemed viewers, such as this lovely Scotty dog. Watching one of the welcome videos at the time. Back when Turtle Time was a regular feature, we had this. Clairebird, did you or Reno put this together for Turtle Time? Does anybody here remember Turtle Time? Some of you know Turtle Time. Of course you do. Turtle Time goes like this.
I like turtles.
Turtle Time used to be a regular feature on this broadcast back in 2020, right at the beginning of things. Yeah. Anywho, so some clever chatter put this together. That was not you or Reno. Somebody did this. And their name is Lost of time. I'm sure I could. I don't know. Maybe I could find it in a VOD somewhere or something. But good stuff. Yeah. This was done by Reno here. Yeah. Kind of a Bob Ross sort of vibe here. Yeah. Good stuff. Yay, indeed, Claire Burr. Yeah. And Reno actually did a number of good ones here. Reno did this as well. Yeah, me with Yoshi's Trike, which is a Triceratops that I helped dig up back in 2011. This is actually based on the Eofauna plastic model of Yoshi's Trike here. If you want to buy a plastic model of an individual Triceratops specimen that I helped dig up, the Triceratops with the longest brow horns of any Triceratops has ever been found, you can get that through Eofauna. Good stuff. Yeah. And of course, yes, we have emotes to commemorate that. Our Yoshi's Trike emotes there. So yeah, good stuff from Reno 420. Jenny Bjorklund did this. A chai by Danny here. Very cute. Very cute. Oh boy. And then, who did this one here? I don't think we actually have a name on this. Somebody did this one too, with a young Triceratops. And me. Very cute. Yeah. So many talented and generous members of this community willing to share their talents with all of us. It's pronounced Chibi. Okay, a Chibi, Danny. Thank you, Gravity. Yeah. Lovely. Good stuff. Oh, we have this one here as well. Really lovely. Really lovely. And that might have been Nell. That might have been Nell, Lenina. Yeah, yeah. It probably was Nell. I think you're right. Chibi. There you go, airspace. New dinosaur genus and species. Chibi. Our very own Casey Snowart did this one here. You get it? You get it? Instead of the Kool-Aid Man, it's Koolasuchus. Big temnospondyl amphibian from the Cretaceous of Australia. You get it? I love this. This really cracks me up. It really does. It is good stuff, Casey Snowart. Ah, yeah. And I don't know what mischievous chatter did this, but I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Good to see you. You're sitting in front of the camera again. You're just blocking the whole camera. You're just doing your best to block the whole camera, aren't you? Aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And definitely now, thank you, Lenina. Let me modify this. There we go. It's just labeled as Paleontologizing here. I think I used Nell's file name. Yeah. Good stuff. Here's another one here. From Tarchia Tamer, back when Tarchia Tamer was a regular feature of our chat. I appreciate this. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. Anyway. And Claire Burr has done some excellent mock-ups over the years, too. Take a look at this one. When we've been talking about the Bone Wars, Claire Burr put this together. I still think this would be absolutely stellar. This would be such a good movie. Like, the stuff you could do with this. Oh man. It could be excellent. Yeah. Cope and Marsh. Two warring paleontologists of the famous Bone Wars. Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, Danny, would you like a landscape painting of Wyoming? Yeah, Miss Yvette, definitely. That would be awesome. Yeah, if anybody wants to produce any art for this channel, I'd be more than happy to show it off. For certain. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, very, very talented members of this community. It's impressive stuff. Anyway, many of you were here for a lot of our more recent streams in recent years. We've had some pretty cool times. Digging up fossils live on stream, visiting various museums.
For mold, and then you pour material into it, either.
And if you're not yet following the YouTube page, you're missing out on a lot of these. Claire Burr recently put a lot of these VODs up onto YouTube, one from years ago. Visiting these various museums.
Is there anything else that you'd like to show us while you're over here? I was actually wondering about this. That looks a lot like the fossil corals that I've seen up in Michigan, like Petoskey stones. Is that Hexagonaria or a similar?
Hexagonaria. Well,
Number 10 right there?
Yeah, it's now Prismatophyllum. Is that?
Oh, has it been reclassified?
Yeah, Prismatophyllum. Hexagonaria is now Prismatophyllum.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh boy, the state stone of Michigan, I guess, has been given a different genus name now. I forgot about this. This is the sort of gold that exists there in these VODs. The stuff I was able to learn on stream, it's so cool.
Yep.
Check these out. So this is a trip to the Indiana State Museum in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I don't know anything about invertebrates, so very, very cool.
Yeah, so this is all these materials are from the Falls of the Ohio State Park in southern Indiana.
Oh, nice. There's so many of these cool live streams there now. Recorded for posterity on YouTube, like the Mammoth site in South Dakota.
And streaming whenever I can. I'm trying to bring the wonders of the American West and its fossil riches to you at home. And also to encourage you to visit these places if you ever get a chance to. So I'm at in Hot Springs, South Dakota right now at the
Yeah.
This is truly incredible. So this building is actually built over the fossil remains of more than 50 Columbian mammoths. I think we have 58 mammoths in total. It's like 56 Columbian mammoths and 2 woolly mammoths. Yeah. Pretty awesome. Take a look at that. So it's just a jumble of bones right here. So as you can see, this is kind of a chunky, blocky mudstone.
Embroider something by hand.
The remains of a sinkhole pond.
Oh, that would be awesome, Gravity. Yes, you 1,000,000% have my
So I did
permission
a
for
little bit
that.
of reading about this site.
You don't even have to ask. Thank you, Gravity. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, apparently through very, very careful study of these rocks and the way that the bones are arranged and everything else, even remnants of footprints in some of the sediment, been able to deduce that this
Once an ancient sinkhole pond. And so, basically, how this worked was, there was a sinkhole kind of around like a spring. And a sinkhole is basically where ground kind of gets eroded away, and you get this natural pit that forms. And
cool stuff. This was a really, really neat
they'd
stream.
be facing in this direction, pointing their
Being able to
tusks up.
talk to some of the people working there. Stellar stuff. Because this is an active research site. There is still fieldwork going on indoors at this place in Hot Springs, South Dakota.
So gypsum is like a mineral precipitate. We find it out around a lot of fossils. And chemically, it's the same thing that plaster of Paris is made out of. And they are the smallest of all the bison species here in North America.
Anywho, cool stuff. We've been able to get a lot of neat insights on this channel. Been very, very lucky in being able to travel across these United States, visiting different fossil sites, digging up fossils in different states, live streaming all over the place. And I am very much looking forward to even more of that this summer. Cannot wait to bring you along with me for the ride. To show you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs in Wyoming and in Utah this year. There are exciting things in the works. Some stuff I can't tell you about yet, too. Stay tuned, and you'll hear about it soon. Very excited. Commodore says, how do you like your martini? With a hefty dose of Ovaltine, Commodore. You thought I was going to say, Bacon, not starved. But I'm not going to say that. And I didn't say that. No. Put some Ovaltine in that, that there glass. Stir it up. Maybe one of these days I'll get a sponsorship from good old Ovaltine. Ovaltine. Don't forget to drink your Ovaltine. The official artificial chocolate flavored malt based powdered milk additive of Paleontologizing. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine, Matty Holmes. Yes, indeed. No joke. If Ovaltine wants to sponsor this channel, I'd jump at that chance. I actually like Ovaltine. I like it a lot. Tried thoughts on Milo. I don't know what that is, Rosound. No. How did they get the name Ovaltine? I don't know. Let's look that up. Ovaltine. Ovomaltine, I guess, was a chemical. I think it was an industrial chemical. I'm kidding. It was developed in 1904 by chemist Albert von der in Bern, Switzerland, or it is also known by its original name, ovomaltine, from ovum, Latin for egg, and malt, which were originally its key ingredients. So eggs and malt, whatever that is. Probably malt liquor. Nice. I'm just kidding. Malt, milk, eggs, flavored with cocoa. Food for convalescents. Good stuff. Ovaltine, please sponsor me. There's Ovaltine in its pure crystalline form. And is that little orphan Annie herself? What happened to her eyes?
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
And Lone Mountain Knife Co.
Lone Mountain Knife Co. and their 45 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
Lone Mountain Knife Co., how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. I feel like it's been a while. Lone, how are things? Wyvern Hyde, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. I promise I'm not normally dressed like this, but today happens to be our 1-year streamiversary, not 1 year, 4-year streamiversary special. It has been 4 years since I started streaming on this here platform. We've done some pretty cool things in the time since then, if you don't mind my saying so. Looking forward to some even cooler things going on this year. Yeah. And is that a T-Rex behind you? Asks Wyvern Hyde. No, that's Allosaurus right there. Allosaurus. I also have a T-Rex skull here in my office. Let me show you. But it's a lot smaller. There we go. Yeah. This is a young T-Rex. Some paleontologists would call this Nanotyrannus. I think it's the same thing as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. If there is a general consensus among dinosaur paleontologists, it would be that. This is the same thing as a juvenile T-Rex. Just a young T-Rex, not a different dinosaur at all, just a young T-Rex. But anyway, Allosaurus lived long before T-Rex. There is actually more time. I know this is a cliche, but I'm going to tell you it anyway. There is more time separating Allosaurus from T-Rex than there is separating T-Rex from Twitch.tv. We are closer in time to T-Rex, to Tyrannosaurus Rex, than Tyrannosaurus Rex is to Allosaurus fragilis. Pretty cool to think about, right? Yeah. Anyway. Good to have you. How was your stream, Lone Mountain? I hope it was real good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Angelicus is truly mind-blowing. That's the thing, is that the age of dinosaurs was, it's pretty long. Let's go to our International Chronostratigraphic chart. We are today up here at the very top of the Cenozoic era in the present. So you and me and everybody that you've ever known are just here, you know, smaller than the very pixels that make up that black line right there. The Cenozoic era that we're currently in, the age of mammals, goes from the present down to 66 million years ago. That's the Cenozoic. 66 million years ago, there was an asteroid that struck the Earth and caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a few bird species that managed to survive. So dinosaurs ruled the Earth during the Cretaceous, during the Jurassic, and they first evolved during the Triassic. And Wyvern Hyde, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. Dinosaurs first evolved about here at like the end of the Middle Triassic, we think, about 240 million years ago. They existed during the Triassic. They take over the world during the Jurassic. And they're going strong all the way through the Cretaceous. The Cretaceous period itself is longer than the entire Cenozoic era that we're currently living in. The whole age of the mammals pales in comparison to just the Cretaceous period, let alone the Jurassic, Cretaceous, and Triassic. So yeah, anyway. T-Rex lived here at the end of the Cretaceous, so T-Rex is closer in time to us up here than it is to Allosaurus at the end of the Jurassic. Something to think about. Yeah. And Miss Capri Kelly says, Miss Capri Kel says, that's absolutely mind-blowing. Millions of years for each period. Millions. Our lives alone are but a blip of dust on the timeline. We are stardust. True. Yeah. Yeah. And Wyvern Hyde, it's good to have you here. Here, I can show you a quick clip to kind of emphasize this point about time. There was a Bill Nye special on dinosaurs. A while ago. Back in the 90s, the 1990s, in fact. And these are a cool kind of like visual metaphor to explain deep time. Take a look.
Has changed completely.
He's there at Egg Mountain in
How do we know
Montana.
about dinosaurs and dino ecosystems? We dug it up.
What's wrong with this picture?
Remember, dinosaurs and humans never lived at the same time. Got
Except
it?
for birds.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. There we go.
Fans, Timmy Tucker here with Lance Yardstick for what has to be the biggest game of all time, the terrestrial surface dwellers versus the March of Time. And this is the one we've all been waiting for.
That's right, Timmy. What we're about to witness is the culmination of 4.6 billion years.
So this seems a little goofy, but it's actually really informative. Take a look.
The March of Time is kicking off, and Og Simpson catches the ball on the 0-yard line.
You know, Timmy, if the history of the Earth were laid out on a football field like a timeline, the 0-yard line would be when Earth began about 4.6 billion years ago.
That's right, Lance. A very long time ago.
4.54, but who's
Simpson
counting?
is breaking the ball down to the 20-yard line now.
That 20-yard line, that would be when primitive life forms began appearing on Earth about 3.5 billion years ago.
Simpson crosses the 50 now. 45, 40, 35, 30. He's getting close now. 25. He's on the 20-yard line.
By the way, the 20-yard line, that would be when land plants and fish appeared on the Earth about
So, yeah.
425 million years ago.
425 million years ago. That's already most of the way across the football field or football pitch, wherever you're from, whatever you call it. It was this recently that plants and fish first evolved. Land plants.
And fish appeared on the Earth about 425 million years ago.
Simpson is now drawing a crowd at the 10-yard line.
That's only 225 million years ago, about when the dinosaurs appeared.
He's down to the...
And it's actually a little bit further back than that. Probably about closer to 240. But yeah, dinosaurs only appear on Earth about there on the football field.
He's down to the 9 now, the 8, the 7.
65 million years ago, more.
So yeah, so dinosaurs exist from here to here, basically.
Less when the
now we know it's actually 66. But,
5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown. Fumble. Wait a minute. What happened down there? Was it a touchdown or not? The officials are measuring now. Let's take a closer look now with the Magnacam.
It looks like that fumble occurred within the 1-yard line. Actually, about the 3/4-inch line or the 2-centimeter line. That's when human beings finally showed up on the planet.
That's the very first human beings. About, excuse me, like 200, 300,000 years ago, something like that. We're very new here on this planet, in the grand scheme of things. In the entire length of a football field, if that is the history of the Earth, we humans evolved in about the last 2 centimeters of that.
Only about 1 million years ago.
Not really very long ago in Earth's history, Lance. Now, wait a minute. They say they need an even closer measurement now, so let's go down and look at this with the microcam.
That looks to be about 0.5 of an inch, or 13 micrometers, or 1 tissue paper's width from the goal line. And on the other side of that piece of tissue paper, an almost unmeasurable distance, 2/3 of 1 micrometer. That's where Bill Nye was born.
Who's Bill Nye?
Anyway, yeah. I hope that's helpful, at least. This is the sort of thing that we talk about all the time here on this channel, so if you're new here, don't think I'll be dressed like this every day, because I most certainly will not be. Especially in a couple weeks. I'll be out there in the field again, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming. There we go. Like I was last summer.
But yeah, I've never had an excavation permit rejected before, DeVito Who, but casting to you right now.
In Switch,
live
you're new? Well, hey to
in the
you
desert
too.
of
Welcome,
Western
welcome.
Wyoming. We've got another dinosaur site right over there. This is a new one that you guys have not seen before. The site is called Skull Ridge. We've got a duckbill dinosaur skull coming out of this. Very exciting. Probably going to be new. It might or might not be the same kind of duckbill dinosaur that we're digging up at the other site. Yeah. Quahuatl, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Avalon Angels, what's shaking, brow? Good to see you. In this particular snapshot in time, we don't have any dinosaurs from here yet. Like, none have been named, so any dinosaur that we find and dig up, chances are it's going to be new, which is very, very exciting.
And the same is true for this year, too. We've got several new dinosaurs to excavate, and they most likely will be new. There are no dinosaurs known from the Almond Formation of Wyoming. So we're going to be adding new dinosaurs to the roster. But first we got to dig them up. So very excited for that. And it'll be soon. The end of this month, the 30th, we'll be out there in Wyoming. And then for the entire month of June, I'm going to be out there in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs and streaming as often as I can. I'm going to do my very best to stream as close to every day as possible. This is obviously a real dinosaur dig. This is not some Mickey Mouse affair. This is a real scientific operation. And so I will not be able to stream every day, probably. We'll have other stuff going on, plus we'll probably get a lot of inclement weather. It is Wyoming. There'll be other things that happen that supersede live streaming, but I'm going to do my very best to stream as often as possible when I'm out there in Wyoming. That'll go, I guess, to the beginning of July, and then I've got a brief hiatus. I'll probably come back to California for a bit and stream live from my office here, and then I'll go out to Utah and be digging up dinosaurs from mid-July to mid-August in Utah with the Utah Geological Survey. I'll be streaming that too. So we've got exciting things coming up. Very exciting things. I am very excited for that. One of those things, by the way, is... Here, if I can get a little bit sentimental for a second here. Back when I was a kid, when I was 10 or 11 years old, growing up dreaming of becoming a dinosaur paleontologist. Any bit of fossil science media that I could sink my talons into, I was eager for, you know? Movies, TV shows, websites, books especially, magazines. I didn't have access to scientific papers back then, but I would have gone nuts over like a fossil science live stream like I put on nowadays, back when I was 10, 11 years old. But there was a TV program that my dad heard about, and he videotaped it for me. It was on the A&E network, back when A&E, the TV network, used to stand for Arts and Entertainment, back before it was all, you know, Real Housewives of Dayton, Ohio, or whatever it is nowadays. They used to have, like, educational programming on that network. And there was a two-part documentary called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt that my dad heard about, and he taped it on VHS for me. And I watched that VHS tape until I pretty much wore it out, dreaming of one day being able to do this kind of thing. All right, take a look. leading up to something. I'm going somewhere with this.
100 million years before the birth of the first pharaoh.
All right, all right, all right.
The deserts of Egypt were verdant Edens, teeming with life. At the top of this food chain, dinosaurs ruled.
Dinosaurs.
Nearly 100 years ago, a German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this wasteland, searching for clues to its prehistoric past. The strange monsters he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies.
Yeah, World War II. Allied bombing raid in 1944 destroyed the museum in Munich.
Under these shifting sands, until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's quest.
I thought this was the coolest thing in the world when I was a kid.
To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt. Their discovery? Something so unexpected.
So it's like a reality show where a camera crew follows around a crew of paleontologists and geologists as they're out there collecting dinosaurs in Egypt. This was the coolest thing in the world when I was a kid. I just ate this up. I dreamed of doing this kind of thing someday. And now, not only am I doing this and live streaming it, but Matt Lamana right here, who was one of the head paleontologists on this particular expedition, he is slated to join us in Wyoming around June 20th. So he'll be out there in the field with us. He will be on my show.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
It comes full circle.
The trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Pretty excited about that. And thank you, Denny MKE, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah, you'll get to meet Matt Lamana, and I'm pretty excited about that. So, yeah. Yeah. Pretty excited. Anyway, that might be a nice place to wrap this up for today. So without further ado, I think we'll get ready to raid into somebody else doing some science right now. So let's get that started. Thank you everybody who's about to appear in our credits. They're gonna go by fast today. We've had so much support. Look how fast it's gotta move just to keep up. Thank you everyone who's made this stream a success. 4 years of science outreach here on Twitch. I'm looking forward to the next 4. This is exciting stuff. And let's see, scrolling. Nicotine is on right now, and she's playing Jurassic World Evolution 2? Let's go right into her. You might recognize Nicotine from, well, she was the moderator for our science panel last year at TwitchCon. We're going to go right into her, and that should be a lot of fun. Everybody, thank you for another wonderful stream. Thank you for helping celebrate 4 years of science outreach here on Twitch. It's a tremendous honor to be able to bring you fossil science, education, news, and everything else 5 days a week here. This would not be possible without your support, and look at all of this incredible support. Cheers and gifters, subscribers and followers, moderators and raiders. I appreciate you all more than you know. Thank you. I'll see you again tomorrow for another exciting paleontologizing stream. And until then, you all take care of yourselves and each other. Let's go see what Nicotine is up to. I'll see you there.